What is travel? Travel is a community. It is a collection of unparalleled experiences. It is everything from breathtaking natural wonders to sensory discovery, cultural exploration to incredible encounters with incredible people. Travel connects us. It challenges us. It is total relaxation to pure adrenaline. It is shared time to solo adventure. Travel gives us lifelong memories and the most amazing stories to tell. We cannot travel right now. Our health and safety is paramount. But even when we have to stay apart, travel can still bring us closer. So, from homes all around the world, let's keep the spark alive together. Join us as we gather together in travel and celebrate what travel means to each of us. Share your stories, your most prized memories, or greatest adventures. Your favorite images, videos, or the songs you've heard. Inspire and help others. Fuel their bucket lists and let them grow yours. Make us laugh or cry. Make our jaws drop or eyes widen. Let us support one another in this time. Keep the flame of travel burning and wanderlust alive. Because travel is a community, and that is how communities thrive.
Now, hello everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this ITIC Virtual Investment Summit in partnership with WTM London. It's on the future of travel and tourism and financial strategies for recovery. I'm Rajan Datta, a broadcaster and journalist specializing in travel, and it's my great honor to be the moderator for this event. The vast majority of businesses globally that depend on tourism and travel are desperate to reopen and begin operating under the new normal. But what will this new normal be? This conference will be addressing their deep concerns. We've got experts from health and finance, government ministers, policymakers, and leaders from the travel and tourism sector. And the aim is to connect them with investors to advise, discuss, and consider solutions to reactivate the tourism industry for a better future. This is a critical juncture for this industry. Where do we go from here? Can we find opportunities as well as overcome the inevitable hurdles in these next months and years? How can we reassure not just tourists, but people who work in the industry, and there are tens and millions of those, and potential investors, that travel can be reinvigorated, maybe redefined in this new world. And the aim of this conference is to come up with suggestions, solutions, and roadmaps for that indeed to be possible. We've got a packed agenda ahead of us with sessions involving many of the most influential and forward-thinking people in the travel industry. You can see them listed, I believe, on the online conference program. But before we proceed, I thought I'd like to welcome the man with perhaps the clearest oversight of all of us on how we can negotiate our way through this latest episode in the always eventful history of travel and tourism. Dr. Taleb Rifai, Chairman ITIC and former Secretary General of the UNWTO. Taleb, you've seen a lot of things happen in your time in this business, but these are truly tumultuous times. Is there any cause for optimism?
Thank you so much, Rajan. You've been so kind, so gracious all the time with me. Thank you. I certainly do. I am an optimist. I must warn everybody about this. I'm an optimist by nature, but what I say is realism, optimism. I believe that there is an opportunity coming out of every crisis. There are many opportunities that can come out of this. Now, the most important opportunity here is to see how the new norm is going to look like and work towards it. Travel and tourism has been a tremendous human activity and tremendous force for good, but it had its downside as well. It has its dark side like any other great human activities. We need to now look at the dark side and make it brighter. And that's possible. It's very possible because we're drafting a new chapter in our lives. The world before Corona is not going to be like the world after Corona. You've heard that so many times. It's a fact. I can give you some concrete examples, but now it's not the time to do it. We'll do it throughout this sessions here. But I want to say here, one of the most important outcomes of this crisis has been the role of governments. Every government is on its own now. All international and regional organizations have proven to be irrelevant. One good exception is WTTC, who we're having with us now. I'm very, very glad that Gloria's role has been one, picks up the pieces. The UN organizations, UN altogether, EU, AU, all of these have proven to be now not so active. We don't hear their voices anymore. So it's important that the world listens now to their governments. Governments have been playing a very aggressive role right from the beginning, but in varying degrees. This role now needs to be withdrawn a little bit slowly. They're aware of this. That's why the opening up has come so quickly, so sudden. That's what worries me a little bit. But I think eventually things are going to get worse, but they will get better eventually. That's for sure. Why is this conference important? It's important because it's about investment. Investment has two very important aspects. One, of course, is the revival of the economy, which is very important. Our economy now, we have not realized how much damage we have done to it. We've not felt it yet. People are going to be going down the streets now, for sure, because this is a very hard economic situation. But more important than the economy is the psychological impact of investment. Investment is a sign of confidence. Don't invest your money in a place that is not sure for you. So if you get investment into a certain place, that means it's a signature of confidence in that place. That's why this important conference is on investment. Investment has two aspects. One is the direct economy. The other one is the psychological effect of having a signage of confidence that is being assigned to the place. Now we're partnering with WTM. I'm very happy that Simon's with us now. WTM is the largest and most impactful tourism gathering throughout history. I've been honored to take part in it throughout the years before. Now it's time for us to join hands together, Simon. I'm very happy that ITIC and WTM are joining hands in this. ITIC has been very active in the investment field in tourism, because when we talk about tourism, sometimes we tend to talk only about among ourselves. We preach to the converts. We need to talk to the investment people. We need to talk to the money people, the people that have the means of doing something about it. That's why this is a very important conference. The last point I want to make is about Saudi Arabia. It's been playing a very special role in this meeting. And we'll be having some meetings later on, some encounters with His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, who I'm very, very happy that he's joining us now on the other line. Saudi Arabia is important because Saudi Arabia today is also heading the G20 group. The G20 group may be a good alternative to rebuild the international system. International system needs restructuring now. And I believe in November, when the G20 would meet in Saudi Arabia under the leadership of Saudi Arabia, we have a good opportunity to reconstruct this new world order. I hope you will all enjoy this morning and evening with us. I'm very, very grateful to everyone. We have 1,250 participants, as I understand from Ibrahim. Now, you tell you about it, over 110 countries are participating here. I want to welcome all particular good ministers, Minister Bala, Minister Bartlett, Minister Majd Shweiki from Jordan. All these ministers are more than welcome today. Thank you so much, Rajan. I'm sorry I took more time than I should have. Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you, Taleb. Don't worry, we're all used to it, but it's all worth listening to. You mentioned him. You mentioned him. Let me introduce now Simon Press, Senior Exhibition Director, WTM London. Simon, hello. I mean, how does the WTM see its role in this big march to recovery ahead of us?
Well, good morning to you all. And before I start, I'd just like to thank ITIC for inviting me and WTM London to take part in this great summit. And to say that on behalf of WTM London, our thoughts are with you all. Now, for some of you who might be listening in and watching and not familiar with WTM London, we're the leading global event for the travel industry, where more than £3.75 billion worth of deals are generated every year in November. We're committed to support the industry as it adapts to this unique challenges of COVID and prepares for recovery. And that's what I think this event is all about, is building and to help the industry, the global travel and tourism industry, to help that rebuild over the coming weeks and months and years. Today, the ITIC Virtual Summit in partnership with WTM London will carry on our conversation on how to reopen the tourism industry, and WTM London will play a pivotal role in that opportunity to help rebuild, to learn from each other in November of this year in Excel in London. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Ibrahim Ayoub, who is the Group CEO and MD of ITIC Limited. Ibrahim, ITIC is all about guiding investment in the travel industry, but how much can we think about this now? Nothing.
Unmute yourself.
I think you're on mute.
Right.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Taleb, thank you, Rajan, thank you, Simon. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. I wish you all a warm welcome. It is an immense pleasure for ITIC to organize this virtual summit in partnership with World Travel Market WTM London. Thank you, Simon. Our collaboration started last November, a conference in London during WTM and the London Travel Week. I think our complementarities have generated a strong synergy, which will benefit the attendees of our virtual summit today. Our virtual summit has exceeded our initial expectation, like Taleb said. More than 1,250 people registered from 103 countries, precisely, from around the world, to be exposed to the critical thinking and fast-forward ideas of our speakers and moderators. And we thank the ministers who will join us later on today. I would say with the COVID-19 pandemic, ITIC has transformed its conferences on a virtual platform, testifying our agility to adapt to the changing socioeconomic situation, so as to respond to the new norms of safety and normality. The World Wide Web is today shrinking to the world and eliminating physical borders. However, new issues are arising, especially due to our higher dependency on the digital environment. Who would have said that we are carrying our conference like this, you know? And the way I would describe the situation, the challenging time we are having is just like, imagine your computer that you use, your laptop or your phone, where you store everything in it, your life, your bank account, all your important documents. And the next day when you wake up, it's all gone. You know, you need to reboot, you need to restart. And this is exactly the situation where the world is today. I would define it literally. So we need to reboot the world. We need to relook about new things in that new economic order, right? So we will need to reboot and try our daily life, just like it has been after the disruptive, COVID outbreak. Fortunately, we have both the mindsets and capacity to bounce back. I'm confident that this virtual summit will enable you to find solutions to the current problems and issues affecting the tourism industry with regards to investment, and open to new opportunities for you in these times of uncertainties. I must say a big thank you to all our speakers and moderators, to you and all the attendees around the world, 103 countries this morning, right? Thank you to our godfather, Taleb Rifai. Thank you again, Simon, for joining hands together. And I wish you a pleasant and fruitful summit, and may our future look brighter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Taleb. Thanks very much. Okay, now I want to invite somebody into this conference who's been grappling with the huge fallout from the pandemic on a day-to-day basis, and crucially from a pan-global, not a national perspective. Gloria Guevara, President and CEO WTTC. Hello, Gloria. COVID-19 has transformed our future, leaving us horribly uncertain about where the travel and tourism sector stands. To some, it feels like this industry is the last in the queue for government. Some people have been very worried about the lack of coordination when it comes to worldwide industry response to the crisis. So can you tell me, what has the WTTC been doing to provide this leadership?
Good morning. Can you see me okay?
Not
I
quite
can hear you.
yet.
I think the
hear you.
video needs to be started by the host, by you guys, but that's okay. I can see you and I can hear you okay, but they need to enable my video. I cannot enable that from here, but that's okay. Good morning. Thank you for, there you go. Now this time. Thank you. Very good. Can you now
Nice
you
to see you. Lovely to
Thank
see you.
you. Thank you for the invitation to ITIC and World Travel Mart. What a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Taleb. It's great to see you again.
Always good to see you, Gloria.
Likewise. I think what's important that Taleb mentioned is to have a coordinated approach. And from WTTC, we have been trying to have that coordination approach, at least with the private sector and our engagement with governments. So your question is very valid, as it has been a very unique situation, but also very complicated. We have engaged with more than 150 governments from around the world. And at the very beginning of the outbreak, we issue an open letter where we ask the governments for three things, basically, to help us to protect the workers, because we don't want this health problem to become an economic and later a social problem, as we have seen, unfortunately. Then second is to help the businesses, medium, small, or large, in terms of liquidity, because there's not going to be, or there has not been any income for months. And the third one, any fiscal benefits, because if you have the choice to pay your taxes or pay your workers, we want to make sure they use whatever money left to protect and pay the workers. So WTTC has been engaged in that, especially at the beginning of the crisis, and also sharing best practices. We have documented more than 150 initiatives. All of them are in our website. You can download the files. But very important here is, how do we make sure that the governments learn from each other, some great practices out there. That's what we have spent most of the time at the beginning. Now we're working more on the recovery.
Well, let's look at the protocols that you have recommended, because obviously the overwhelming concern of any traveller and employee will be safety and hygiene. You've issued these best practice measures for every step of the travel chain. Can you perhaps just briefly explain what they are, and how can we ensure that they'll be followed all around the world?
Yes, I have a couple of slides, if you don't mind, that I would like to share really quick,
Please.
just to put it in context, because I think what you're saying is very important, and hopefully it's going to be clear for everyone. Why are we talking about protocols? Why this is so important, right? I don't know if my screen can be shared, or the 4 slides can be projected, but basically, let's remember that travel and tourism is pretty big, right? We represent 10% of the global GDP. We employ 1 in 10 people in the world. That's 330 million people. For the last 10 years, travel and tourism has outpaced the growth of the economy. Last year, for instance, was 40% more. And when we estimated the first impact of COVID to travel and tourism, we estimated that we were going to be losing 50 million jobs. But unfortunately, that number has been growing, and the last number is 100 million. And that's $2.7 trillion impact, which is significant. Now, we believe that we need to learn from the mistakes from the past, and we need to also learn from the things that we did right in the past. And we, last year, during World Travel Mart, we launched a report on crisis, that it was very important, because we took that platform, which is wonderful, and I'm glad that Simon is also here, where we shared our findings of 90 different situations that had impacted travel and tourism in the last almost 20 years. One of those was 9/11, as we remember. 9/11, it took us years to recover. Why did it take us years to recover? The main reason was because every country worked in silo, without the private sector involved and without a good coordination. And they implemented protocols for safety and security that they were totally different, or very different. Even 18 years later, when you travel before COVID throughout the world, in airports, the screening are different. In some places, they ask you to remove shoes. In some places, don't. Those are protocols, right? And unfortunately, when the protocols are different, and you're trying to rebuild the trust from the traveler to recover, is the opposite. because it creates more fear. I remember at the very beginning of 9/11, going to airports, I was questioning myself, what am I doing here? Why am I flying, right? So it took us a year. So that's why from the private sector, the global private sector and WTTC, we say we cannot afford to make the same mistake. We need to rebuild the confidence of the traveler, and the protocols have to be the same. So we started with hospitality. Our hotels, the members of WTTC, have offered the rooms to doctors and nurses around the world. They have maintained those hotels COVID-free. Well, let's use that knowledge and learnings for the protocols so that we can have exactly the same experience for the travelers moving forward. And that's what we announced, the protocols for hospitality. For airlines and airports, we work with IATA and ACI, and we work very well with ICAO, who announced last week the guidelines that we are asking the members to adopt and embrace. And then we work with shopping outdoors and MICE and the different industries that we represent. What's interesting is that later they came and say, okay, if I am a traveler, how do I know that someone has implemented those protocols, right? And that's what we issue on a stamp that is called Safe Travels, that now the destinations are adopting. We have more than 80 countries asking us for the stamp. So far, we have released some good ones. Saudi Arabia, for instance, as Talib mentioned, was one of the first, and their leadership has been key, and we appreciate that. We work very well with them. But we have some other countries also. Portugal, a great example. Turkey, we're working with Egypt and many others. So, and of course, some states in Mexico and in Spain, Barcelona and Sevilla, and several others. So we're working with them so that they can use the stamp to create that consistency, and we can rebuild the confidence from the travelers sooner. And the second point that I want to highlight, because Talib mentioned this, and I think it's not minor, let's learn what other crisis was worse than 9/11 in terms of the impact to travel and tourism was 2008 financial crisis. It was bigger, the impact to travel and tourism, than the 9/11 situation. However, we recovered pretty fast. In reality, it took 18 months average in the world to recover. Some countries more, some countries less. Why was that? Because we had a platform that was created called G20. And the countries were very well coordinated, and they were very close with the private sector, with the financial sector. So we knew exactly what was going to happen and when, and they took the same measures that help us to recover faster. That's why the collaboration among countries is crucial, is key. The platform of the G20 is a great example that we're working as WTTC very closely with them to help us to move faster through this recovery.
The talk at the moment, Gloria, is all about, I don't know, health passports, microchips, certificates, badges, wristbands, stamps you mentioned, trust scans. Some of these are technical things that we have to bring in. How do we know, or how will you choose, or who chooses which ones are adopted and which aren't?
That's a very interesting point, and we need to be very careful in not creating more confusion. We see this in two phases: after the vaccine, before the vaccine. After the vaccine, we're going to have a new normal where we can talk about the things that we should consider for climate, digital agenda, and all of that. Before the vaccine, we cannot afford not to travel because there are millions of jobs that depend on that, and people want to travel. Now, the passport that you talk about, the health passport, the WHO does not support that. We don't support that. Why is that? Because there is not a vaccine. What is the benefit of the passport? Then they talk about immunity passport. Unfortunately, according to the medical experts, you cannot guarantee that someone had COVID cannot get COVID again. There's one case in Taiwan that they're still analyzing. So we need to be very careful of not impacting the travel experience and creating, things on top of that will complicate travelers. So a certificate for testing might be good, because we need to include the component of testing, contact tracing in the experience. And something that is very valuable, we need to look at the countries that they're doing better than others, because that's the reality. Some countries have been able to contain the spread, and some countries are doing more testing. So we need to talk about how do we include the testing component in the travel experience so that you can reduce the risk, and on top of that, with the protocols, reduce the risk of spreading the virus. So before the vaccine is available, again, based on the lessons learned, because after Ebola, SARS, or MERS, there was not a vaccine, right? And we were able to travel. Why was that? Because we were able to isolate the sick people, and we were able to isolate the people infected. We need to work on that, and the only way is testing, contact tracing. And that's why we believe that that's what we need to do now. Some people are talking about including your testing in an app and having that with you. That's okay. You just need to be very careful of talking about passports for immunity, because there might be some discrimination aligned with that. And you don't want your medical history in your phone and be exposed to lose that information, of course, of hackers.
Thank you. Now, some people are kind of painting out a roadmap here, which they think is the safest. And I think a lot of people agree, which is that domestic tourism first, then regional tourism, then international in terms of priorities and ease, I suppose. But for you, is there a benefit to domestic tourism? Because obviously, economically, it's not foreign currency coming in, it's money staying within the country. What do you think about that?
At WTTC, because as we measure the impact to GDP, right, we quantify both domestic and international. In the chart that I had, that you can display that later, you will see that 70-something% is the contribution from domestic, and it varies by country. Domestic can help us to recover, and that's a good opportunity to start rebuilding that trust from the traveler. And personally, I know that from my own experience when I helped my own country to recover from H1N1 and the financial crisis, but we had the perfect storm in Mexico. So domestic can help us to start the recovery process, and we believe that that is also happening in China and in Asia, and the countries that were hit them first. So we will see domestic, and then we will see regional, and then international. And regional is very important as well, because we need the support from the governments to work together. You need three components: the medical component, the tourism component, and the political will, so that we can build these bubbles or corridors or coronavirus resilience zones or green zones, whatever we call it, is very important to connect these zones, like kind of what Australia and New Zealand is doing, and some countries within Europe, so that we can see the movement of people and allow people to travel before we move to international. During this summer, it's going to be very interesting to see the recovery. We will see movement of people, domestic, and hopefully regional as well. For instance, within Europe and some countries in the Middle East and other countries in Asia, and of course in America.
This conference is about investment opportunities in tourism. Why should people invest in tourism now?
This is the right time to invest, actually, to tell you the truth, because two things. This is the most resilient sector, right? This is the sector that has been growing at the most when you look 10 years before. This is the sector that has recovered for every single crisis, every single situation. And I call this sector because we have multiple industries within the ecosystem. And right now is the best time to invest. Now is not the time to save money. Now is the time to invest. Why is that? Because it will recover. It's just a matter of time. So they need to make sure that they look at the opportunities. And what I can tell you from my members, because I talk to a lot of CEOs from around the world, they are investing. Now is the chance to invest. And we have seen some interesting opportunities to invest.
Okay, just lastly, and there's so many more questions I could ask you about, but we will hopefully cover some of these topics during the conference today. But we are talking, in terms of expense, or the amount of outlay, investment, in fact, in the country, in order to adhere to the kind of measures that you want, the protocols you want. A lot of investment, a lot of money. Some countries can't afford that. How can we ensure that this is a uniform process and that everybody, because we're talking from, we're talking from the taxi driver to the hotel receptionist to the wherever, every step of the chain. How can we make sure that it's uniform?
Well, when you look at the amount of money that needs to be invested to use and implement the protocols, as you say, it depends. For some of them, it's not that significant because it's just a matter of social distancing and using sanitizer and wearing the mask, for instance. For some others, like hotels that they offer buffets, as an example, yes, they need to do an investment because we cannot offer this buffets that we knew in the past for now. They need to have some plastics or cover that and have people serving that. as an example, as part of the protocol. So what I would say is that we're also working with development banks, we're working with countries, because part of supporting the sector, we made 4 points that are needed to recover. And not, unfortunately, every country is going to recover at the same time. Depending of the support that they are receiving from their government, and depending of the collaboration, public and private, and depending of the initiatives that they're implementing, how are they going to be recovering? But if they implement the protocols, if they work in a coordinated approach with the governments and among countries, if they add the component of contact tracing, testing contact tracing to the health experience, and then the governments, they have to support the sector during the recovery, not only during the crisis. Because the reality, this is not a switch on and off that suddenly we're going to have the planes full and the hotels full. They need to help us to implement the protocols. If they don't help the SMEs and they don't help the businesses, most likely those countries are going to take longer to recover. So this is a time for governments also to borrow money and to invest in travel and tourism. I think now I would say that is not the time to pull back now. It's actually the opposite.
Well, the point you just make there, we're going to segue into right now, because we're going to talk about finance and investment. Gloria Guevara from the WTTC, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I will now turn to Nicholas Mayer from PwC to give us a rundown of the current global economic outlook and future investment prospects. As has been said so many times, it's the economy, stupid. So let's find out what is happening. So, Nicholas, if we can bring you up, hopefully we can in a second. What has just happened when it comes to the economy and travel? I'm hoping that Nick...
I'm here.
There he is. Hello.
There we are.
You saved my life.
Good morning, Raja. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What has just happened? So 2 levels, and I think I would like to start with this. So first and foremost, we need to acknowledge that a lot of loss of life and livelihoods has happened. And I think as we talk about the potential of the future, the promise of the future, the ability to get out there, which I absolutely believe on, I still think nevertheless to have a short thought of saying, okay, well, first and foremost, a lot of tough things have happened for a lot of people is important to state here. Flipping, nevertheless, in a more analytics point of view, something that is quite interesting what has happened in this context is we've actually had a dual disruption, right? So we've had a disruption of demand due to the inability to travel. And at the same time, we've had a disruption of supply chains or of value chains to the inability of basically connecting.
I don't know if everyone else is feeling this, but there's a slight...
Origin mark.
Ah, he's back. We might have a slight issue with the internet.
Markets, destination markets, and the supply. Most of the crises that we've seen in the past. Am I back? Yeah, good.
You are back. Try again, Nicholas. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm doing a sound test. Can you hear me again?
Yes, it's very good. Keep going. Sorry.
Wonderful, right? So most of the past crises that we have addressed, 9/11, financial crisis, etc., it was either one or the other. Either it was a disappearance or a reduction of demand, or it was the inability to connect markets. And here we've had both. And that's what makes this situation so tricky, because you can fix one or the other, but unless you fix both of them, you can't really get tourism back. You can't get the motor to turn again, right? And since the various markets are in different stages of still in the crisis or coming out of it, and coming out of it in different speeds and with different policies, what has happened is that basically we have entered ourselves in a crisis that we have less recipes of getting out of than we've had for past ones. And I think that's the big catch-22 that most of us are struggling with in our businesses and with our clients.
Because I've seen some of the figures here, and we're talking before COVID-19, the global travel and tourism sector grew by 3.9% and outpaced the global economy, a growth of 2.5%, and gave a contribution of US dollars 8.9 trillion, which represents 10.3% of global GDP. I mean, there's a lot of figures there, but basically it's a big amount. So in order to make travel a key driver in the global economy, what steps need to be taken? Tell me that much. And do you expect a V-shape or a U-shape recovery?
Two questions there. Let me start with the second one first. So the honest answer is that for many markets, none of us knows, because many of the variables that determine whether a curve is going to be a U, a V, or potentially perhaps even a L in the worst case, right? A drop and then a flatness. Many of the things that will define that are yet to happen, right? So that what makes this forecasting so difficult. Something else that is important there is different markets will not have the same curves. And there are, I mean, if we look at, for example, China and how they have come out of their most acute phase of the pandemic, there is quite strong elements of something that nears a V, also driven by their very strong domestic tourism. If you look, for example, at many island destinations, which are entirely usually dependent on, air connectivity, and basically they're much more dependent on what other countries do to even have a chance of hosting tourists, there you're almost doomed to a U, and it could be an L, depending on how fast these things come in. So I think we need to have a lot of sensitivity when we make these projections of saying, while this is a global industry, it is a sum of very localized patterns and developments, and therefore it is a mix of all of that. Now, going back to your first questions, what can governments or supranational financing entities or regional governments or so do to make this as much a V as possible, and a beautiful V? So when we speak to those in government responsible for planning these elements within their own ecosystem, I think we need to acknowledge that there is very different phases to different financing models to different phasings of how to come out of these ones. I think in most places we've come out of the early phase, which was basically the stabilization funding that was needed to make sure that the ripple through the economy was no further. So that was technical unemployment, postponements of taxes, reductions of VAT rates, all these elements that we've seen in various combinations pretty much across the world. We're still, those are maintained right now still, but the reflection now goes in a different kind of financing, which is the financing of the upswing, right? So Gloria said it before, and I absolutely agree. The demand side of wishing to come up, of tourism will come back very strong as soon as it's possible. I don't foresee a fundamental reduction in the desire to travel, and we have no indications from customer sentiment feelings that this is going to be the case. So the demand will be coming up, but if we wish to welcome that demand with, healthy companies that can actually accommodate it, the financing model now basically needs to go in helping companies to ramp up again, which is a different type of financing mechanisms. The most scary thing for me in the short term, as I look into a variety of markets that I work in, is the moment that tourism ecosystems start opening up again, and especially the ones in destinations, hotels and so on, there is a valley of death that you need to survive, which is basically the period of time where you start having cash outflows again because you're ramping up, and where your first cash inflows come in. And if we take, for example, the hotel sector specifically as a subsector, that can be as much as 150 days from the moment that you start having your own outlays again, because you need to hire your people back, you need to invest in inventories, you need to get your marketing going again, and by that, so you have lots of cash outflows there, and the first cash inflows usually come after your guest has left, either through the remittance from the credit card companies or the tour operator, and that period can be about 150 days. Could be shorter or longer, but it's quite long. And only the fewest hotel operators, and it goes the same for ground handlers and others, are currently, after these 3 months of crisis, in a situation where they can independently finance that ramp up. So to your point of what can government do to make sure that there is a tourism in the future, they need to develop these models of saying, okay, how do I finance and support my local tourism ecosystem so that they can survive this valley of death and starting getting in cash positive territory again, at which point, with a lot of pain and a lot of work, but you should be okay, right, to take advantage. So that's the reflections that those in charge of tourism financing have to do themselves.
So they have to provide, sorry to interrupt, they have to provide a kind of backstop in a sense, so that, you know, when you have that situation where you have a liquidity issue, you need the World Bank or whoever and the individual governments to step up and go, right, we'll support you during this period. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but yes, and government probably will have to and can and is helping. But you can't just point a finger at government and say, this is your job, because it's a job for us in the industry. So this also means that, for example, the various participants in a guest journey, in a tourism value chain, need to also renegotiate, for example, together, quite frankly, cash flows, right? All the way down to the tourists. And I know that's a tough message to say, but to some extent, us as travelers need to perhaps also do a gesture and say, well, if I can, I'm happy to do an on-account payment or to share the risk of a cancellation, etc., so that there actually is tourism destinations down the road to which I can travel. So this is for all of us in this ecosystem. We need to be collaborative to the extent of our possibilities in how we basically get the cash circulating again, so that the supply chain is not disrupted.
Just finally, I asked this question to Gloria, and I'll ask it to you as well. And considering what you've just said, is this a good time to invest? Why should people invest in travel?
So first of all, yes, it is. And I think the reasons are manifold. But I mean, we need to remember that well, I should be careful, but for all intents and purposes, this is a brutal but black swan disruption, right? That has come and basically made an industry crash that otherwise was on the longest growth run of any industry in the world. I mean, I think since the oil crisis of '73, tourism has grown every year, and it has generated jobs every year, and it has generated more visitors every year in new territories, etc. So if you almost take kind of like a stock market point of view, you know, it may actually, if you can, be the best time to invest in it right now, because you may indeed, without being too opportunistic, nevertheless be able to find entry into certain markets and participate in the rebuild thereof. I think the other reason why you want to invest in tourism, or why it is an appropriate idea to invest in tourism right now, is because while I'm not sure that everything will change, I'm not necessarily one of the proponents that says, you know, future tourism will look totally different than old tourism. Nevertheless, I believe certain niches that have not been sufficiently been addressed before, be they in certain regional niches or in certain service level niches, will see a particular upswing. You know, in the area of health tourism, of spa tourism, in countries that have basically an underdeveloped or a nascent tourism industry. So there, I think there is great windows of opportunities, and obviously you need to find them, but they will be quite successful, and especially if you are in for the long run. So yes, absolutely, invest in tourism.
Good. There is a reason for us all to be here. Thank you for that. Thank you very much indeed, Nick Mayer. Thank you from PwC.
You're welcome. Have a great day, everyone.
Well, now you may think the economy is important, but I think to the most overwhelmingly immediate and important factor in all of this, which is health, and how health protection is the key to recovery of the travel and tourism sector. I have a panel of people here who have dealt with this and are wrestling with it right now. I'll just go through them quickly. We have the Honourable Majid Mohammed Shweke, Minister of Tourism and Antiquities from Jordan. Hello. We have Tom Jones, the Senior Partner at Healthcare Fin Partners. We have Rob Brouwer, the VP Industry Change of Emirates Airline and the Chairman of IATA, Travel Standards Board. Professor Dimitrios Bouhalis from Bournemouth University, and Ashwin Sitaram, who's the Director of Tourism at the Ministry of Tourism in Mauritius. Welcome to you all. Thank you so much. And I want to have some sort of interplay and make sure that we can all butt in. But I just wanted to talk to each of you very quickly individually. Tom, to you first. You've got vast experience, both from the healthcare in travel and the communications and PR perspectives about this. Your company has just released a report on the future of travel through the lens of sustainability, technology, and health. So what are its main findings? What can you tell us?
Yeah, thanks, Rajan. I really appreciate that introduction. And yes, Finn Partners has looked at all these dimensions. We're a multinational organization that looks at not only travel and the travel industry, but the factors that impact that. So you mentioned sustainability, travel, and technology. And so the report really predicts how, well, let's first just acknowledge that very few in the travel industry were prepared for the devastation of COVID. And, you know, what we wanted to address was the question of what next. And so the report really predicts how the travel industry will adapt from the standpoints of technology, sustainability, health, and illuminate a path to sort of navigate through this global crisis towards what, you know, many are calling our new normal. And so what it shows is that the post-COVID travel industry will really be informed by science and health in terms of, you know, we've all really been given a crash course in virus transmission and how we make decisions based on that. You know, COVID is going to pass, but there will be another pandemic behind it. And so suddenly technology has really become a new travel mandate, keeping us healthy. For those travelers who may already have been wary about germs, there will be new technology enabled solutions to move them through airports, touching the least number of surfaces and items as they go. Instead of standing 6 feet apart to grab a cup of coffee, we'll have apps and different types of things that are, you know, emerging now that'll deliver food right to your gate. And there's, you know, UV technology that's going to be disinfecting people, such as in Israel, where they're, you know, using special UV lights to disinfect. And there's health and travel industry collaborations that just are designed to reduce anxiety and makes it safer and actually improves the well-being of the traveler. So, you know, and on the sustainability front, there's lots of lessons to learn. And, you know, in terms of impact to the environment. And things that impact our health, with attention being paid right now to improved environmental conditions. Now's the time to educate individuals for you know, for people to research setting a carbon budget and exploring carbon offsets. And with the current pent-up demand, there's an opportunity for the industry now to really help redefine what responsible travel means, by educating individuals about a personal responsibility and being respectful of the cultures and our impact on the environment. So it's a multidimensional report that looks at the travel industry through those three different lenses.
In your judgment, Tom, how well is the travel industry doing at the moment in handling things, and particularly obviously to do with health? What's the state of play?
Well, you have to look at it from the consumer's point of view, that, you know, and that their net optimism has really decreased. Most consumers continue to expect a long-lasting impact from COVID-19. And so, you know, I would say that, you know, some of the more impressive things that the travel industry has been doing is, you know, the World Travel and Tourism Council, as you know, launched the world's first ever global safety and hygiene stamp. Here in the States, we have a good housekeeping stamp of approval for products that are tried and tested and durable. And I think WTTC has sort of introduced that to, so consumers can kind of select and experience safe travels, literally. And so, and I would like to, you know, compliment Mauritius on achieving this recognition from WTTC. But other countries like Iceland, which has become home to the most aggressive COVID-19 testing regime anywhere in the world, is going to be opening soon. Jamaica is opening. And, you know, these each have their own protocols, which are unique. And I think WTTC is doing a good job. And I think it's also interesting when you look at the travel bubble that's being proposed between New Zealand, which is, you know, completely, you know, void of any new cases, and Australia, which they hope that business owners hope will see the seeds for businesses to survive. So it's been,
Finally, for the
I would
moment-
just say it's been a creative and interesting case study in innovation and creative problem solving for the industry.
Just finally for the moment, Tom, I mean, the bottom line surely though is, and I know plenty of travelers who are very cautious about this, who are worried about a second wave and all that happening. I mean, without a vaccine, nothing will be back to normal, will it? Really?
Well, you have to look at the end game. This thing is going to end in one of three different ways. One is that, we just, every single nation in the world were to have simultaneously stamped it out together. But now that how it's so widespread, the coronavirus pandemic is been hit 7.2 million people in 188 countries, and that's likely not to happen. The second thing is, if you would tear a page out of Boris Johnson's notebook, it would be that we just kind of let the pass through and eventually let it struggle to find a viable host. That would be what we call reaching herd immunity, 60 to 70 people around the world, but that would have dire consequences, leaving many millions of dead humans and a trail of devastated health systems. So the third scenario is really that the world will continue to play a protracted game of whack-a-mole until we stamp out the outbreaks here and there until a vaccine can be produced. This is probably the best option and also the longest and most complicated. Now, but the thing about a vaccine is that we need one that works and is widely available for all members of our society. Until that's the case, and until we reach that herd immunity, societies cannot in good conscience resume life as usual and travel as usual. So knowing what we know about this virus, and with this in mind, we really have to answer the question, what will travel and other aspects of everyday lives look like? I could say that, to your question about the vaccines, there's currently more than 100 projects looking at different vaccines around the world centered on the development of a vaccine for the coronavirus. There's also treatments, but most people are only interested in the vaccine. So far, 8 candidate vaccines are being tested in clinical trials in people. And so the earliest I think we can expect a vaccine, and Tony Fauci, our lead epidemiologist here in the States, says that we'll probably we should set our sights on between January of 2021 and the fall of 2021, and within that range.
Okay, stay with us. We're going to come back to you, and please join in and make your contributions as we go along with this conversation. I want to turn now to the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities in Jordan. Hello, Minister.
Hello.
Hi. Can you give us just briefly an idea of how badly affected tourism in Jordan has been by the pandemic?
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be with you here today. I would say, as a proud Jordanian, we were extremely lucky with the wise leadership from His Majesty throughout the crisis journey. We had, honestly speaking, dynamics and new business model we haven't seen before. All agencies, government, royal court, intelligence department, armed forces, collaborating in order to have a very effective management of the process. Honestly speaking, at the beginning, we were too strict with the measures that have been taken by the Minister of Health. And it has been proven that these measures, although they were very hard and many sectors were hit hardly, but the results are fantastic, and really fantastic. Like, we have now 830 in total number of people who got the virus. The recovery rate is very high. It's nearly 78%. We have 9 deaths among the 800, which is nearly close to 1%. It has been very well managed, very well controlled. And I would say that the dynamics which were witnessed throughout the period, I can call it transparency and agility, made a huge difference in how we worked and how we functioned. We all know now business is not as usual. We know that tourism was the biggest or the hardest hit came to tourism, especially after the growth and the success which was achieved in 2019. We had double-digit growth in revenues and in number of tourists. It was fantastic. So that's why when we had the unpleasant situation that we had all to live, we had to work a little bit on the psychology of the people by saying, if we don't take the strict measures now, probably the damage will be bigger and deeper. That's why let's at least contain the situation, try to control it. And today, only a few days ago, we lifted the curfew because we used to lock everything at 7 p.m. The restaurants were closed until last Saturday. The hotels are just now, we started to reoperate, and I'm preparing for the domestic tourism to kick off again. So the way we are handling it, we had to solve the immediate by making sure that we sustain and retain the people working in the sector. Now we are exploring the opportunities. At the same time, we are imagining the beyond the COVID and the situation we are living. So everything has to happen at the same time. Of course, all the tourism sector, they were in panic attack. What do we do? How can we survive? What do we do with our people? What do we do with our dues and liabilities? How can we manage it? So there is a huge cooperation as we speak between the Ministry of Tourism and the other ministries and the Ministry of Finance at the Central Bank of Jordan and the cabinet to support this sector. We have now a series of events that will take place hopefully next week by making sure that we achieve survival for the sector in order to be ready for the second hit. The hit is big, but hopefully we'll be able to recover smoothly. We are first focusing on the niche tourism, starting by the domestic tourism. Then we have the filming, because the filming industry in Jordan is fantastic. And we have the south of Jordan, which is Aqaba, Petra, and Ram. These are green zones. So we are designing now a journey, end-to-end journey for people interested in coming for filming purposes in the south of Jordan. So it's definitely the name of the game now is agility. The name of the game now is definitely being innovative and creative, very creative, to make sure that we capture the opportunities, yet our eyes and ears and the hearts on the health sector, definitely, because this is our priority as we speak.
Just very quickly, Minister, I mean, the thing is that places like Petra, which would kind of rely, well, don't rely, but they are just naturally very crowded areas. With social distancing, how can you maintain a tourism industry in a place like that?
That's why I'm saying that we need to look at things differently. Business is not as usual. We are using the period now in order to enhance the infrastructure, enhance the system, train the people. That's why I keep telling everyone that we have priorities, and I keep summarizing these priorities as 4 T's and 4 C's. Trust, we need to retrust the journey. Transparency in what we're doing and how we are doing things. Technology is playing a major role, especially for tracing, for digitalizing the services, and definitely training. We need to train our people how to accept the new norm. So in Petra precisely, we are re-enhancing the infrastructure. We are digitalizing the journey of the person because we don't want too much of human interaction and paperwork. We're trying to customize packages for Jordanians because now it's very important for Jordanians because they cannot travel anywhere else. And we used to spend nearly 1 billion JDs outside Jordan in terms of external tourism. Now we need to rechannel this amount spent in order to benefit the local communities, be it in Petra, be it in Ram, in Aqaba, especially that we have more than 100 different experiences in the south of Jordan. Hiking, diving, fishing, golfing, everything you can think of, even meditation, even rejuvenation. So that's why we are focusing now on how do we capitalize the moment in order to entice Jordanians. And we are starting a program very soon. We call it Urdunna Jannah, like Jordan is heaven or heaven on earth, to entice people by subsidizing. And subsidization is very important for Jordanians. So we're going to subsidize 40% of the cost by incentivizing as well the service provider in order to give us proper packaging. All this is very well controlled by standard operating procedures. Very heavy operating procedures for that whole journey to be safe, to make sure that sanitization and hygiene is embedded in the process. All people, they are now conditioned and trained on how to use masks, how to use hygiene, the social distancing. We rearranged and reorganized as well by putting plaster tapes on the floor, where to stand up, where to move, and how to move things. So we are redesigning. And I think design thinking in this process is very important, because we need to capitalize on what we know. We need to shape it, recustomize it in a way that we can definitely fulfill the new challenge, which I believe, in my opinion, I'm seeing it as an opportunity to reinvest, to enhance, and definitely to reshape the journey in a more, let's say, better customer journey way, to be more friendly and in a healthy manner, of course, because we strongly believe that in the future we need to stay alert and we need to stay focused on the health matter, especially when it comes to using masks and using the physical distancing and the hygiene.
Minister, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Again, we'll come back to you. I want to turn to Rob Brouwer from Emirates and from IATA. We're going to get to the issue of quarantines in a second, which I know is a big thing for you. But just enlighten us, in terms of Emirates, what kind of journey can a customer expect when they're going to or from Dubai Airport on an Emirates flight?
Okay, thanks everybody. The key part is that the health and safety of our passengers and our staff is crucial as a top priority. So we put a whole health regime in place, which is in line with the criteria created by ICAO, IATA, and WTTC, which is actually there. So it's based on everybody wears gloves, everybody wears a face mask. On top of it, we provide people at the check-in desk a health kit, which effectively includes cleaning wipes and other kind of things that, although we disinfect the entire airplane, people still can themselves apply the same thing again to make absolutely sure they're comfortable about it. When people arrive in the airport, we do temperature screening, which is more or less transparent because you just walk past it. And then it's a matter of reducing the amount of interaction between our staff and our passengers. So there's plastic screens at the desks, at the immigration desks. There's gowns which our staff wear. There's facial protection gear. It looks a bit like a hospital, but that's an unfortunate fact of life where we're currently into. And then you have the whole of the health and social distancing, which right now, with our percentage of passengers being in the single digits compared to what it was a couple of months ago, is not an issue because there's space enough. But ultimately, that might potentially start getting an issue when you reach 50% or more compared to the previous volumes. But that's not right now the challenge. And on board, we effectively, we limit the number of people which are allowed to go into a boarding area. You know, so with the seatings, only 1 out of every 3 seats can be used in the boarding areas. And the same thing on the boarding bridges. So what you normally see is that you have a huge queue of people trying to get in the airplane. That's all being social distance by allowing them in small groups at the same time. Then on top of it, we don't actually allow significant sizes of hand luggage to make the boarding process faster. So that all goes into the hold. And we pre-seat every passenger in advance of the flight. So there is no currently, we don't do actually online check-in at the moment. We actually pre-seat based on groups, families together, and then apply social distancing if the plane can handle it. Right now, the planes are not full. So from that perspective, that's not an issue. And then furthermore, to introduce actually the reduction in normal food service, we provide actually a box lunch to allow people to get it there, which again is much more of a safe there. On top of it, we actually on the A380, for people which have flown first class on A380, where we have the shower cabins, which of course we're not flying the A380 at the moment. But we actually have what is called cabin service attendants, which were actually responsible for that. We now put one on every Boeing 777 to continuously keep cleaning all our public bathrooms, making sure that those are lined with everywhere is. So these are all the kind of factors which we just try to make both for our passengers and for our crew as safe as possible, taking also into consideration that airplanes itself have an extremely efficient filtering system of air, and the air comes from top to bottom.
Okay, well, let's now deal with the issue that's concerning you most, which is with the IATA, which is how to open borders without 14 days quarantine while significantly reducing the risk of importing COVID-19 compared to open borders. What's your view on this? I mean, I know what your view is. You're very anti-quarantine, is that right?
Yeah, no, I think the key is for us as a long-haul carrier, like opening up domestic doesn't mean anything. don't even fly any domestic flights. So for us, it's key that we actually start getting movements between various parts of the world. So the process of everybody goes into a quarantine doesn't actually make sense from an overall perspective. Like there, if we start opening flights to New Zealand, it doesn't make sense to put people into quarantines in Dubai because there's no infection in New Zealand anymore. Yeah. Well, the other end, you can argue, should the UK have quarantine for people coming in from New Zealand or from countries like Jordan, which have a very low infection rate? So the first thing I think countries need to make up their minds and much more segment the places where people come from based on risk base to start saying, who do we allow in? That to overcome the quarantine. Quarantine will kill business travel and will kill about every travel other than repatriation and visiting friends and relatives who are willing to stay for a longer period. So the key there is that we need to get into a combination of a set of tests where the test can be done before departure. And then potentially, if depends on the risk is a very hairy area, another one after arrival. And the medical professionals are say, if you actually do 2 tests, with a 3, 4, 5 day in between, you probably have 99.9% reduction in somebody bringing in the virus into the country. Now the key is that how do you come to a regime that a country where you fly to is willing to accept a test which is being done in a different country? That's where I think the whole global standard ecosystem needs to come into place. There are thousands of technology solutions, and I've spoken to many of them, which all say saying, oh, we have it cracked. But it's based that the entire world uses one technology solution. And that's utopia. That's not going to work. So we now need to say that if a test gets done in Dubai, that is done by a health organization which is approved by the government, that uses a test kit which is approved, yeah? And that the information of the test outcome is visible in a level of privacy to the government where you're flying to, so that they automatically know that this individual is actually being properly tested and can actually be accepted into their country as a low risk. And I think that's the way is that the quarantine is a last stopgap, which you might want to do only in serious case, but right now it's the first case the government's put in place.
What about the argument that the British government, for example, put for quarantine, which is that when you have a low rate, that the really good way to stamp down on the spread of infection is to impose a quarantine for a short period of time? What do you say to that?
You can argue about, but in the case of the UK, I would say I would be more worried about that I get COVID-19 when I walk into London, first than I'm actually coming from a low-risk country into the UK. It's the kind of right now, does it actually make sense for a country with one of the highest infection rates? Is the UK currently, the biggest problem in the UK currently is people flying in, local spread. Yeah, so, but for countries which have a lower risk rate, like New Zealand, they will have to find a way to overcome it. And quarantine is the best way, but that's not travel. There's no holiday. It means 3-week holiday, and then be 1 week on holiday, and then be 2 weeks back in quarantine in your home country. It just kills travel totally. And there are other ways of doing it. And the cost of testing is going down. And I think many people are willing to actually pay for their tests to be able to allow business travel to start, to be able to allow visiting friends and relatives. And if you actually say the tests are expensive, the UK government could scrap the departure tax, and probably that's more expensive than the test cost.
Okay, a nice dig in for the departure taxes. Yeah, great. Stick around, because I want to talk to you as well about how these things would affect, for example, the customer experience at airports in terms of queuing and waiting and all that stuff. We'll come to that in a second. I want to go to you, Dimitrios, because I mean, we've heard about health here, and perception of health and safety really is what is key here. What are the pitfalls, as far as you're concerned, of perhaps rushing in too soon to push travel too much?
Rajan, I think the issue is that a lot of governments are facing the economic pain of the coronavirus, and I think they are rushing through to actually bring tourism activity coming forward. And everybody would like to see planes going and would like to go nice places and would like to do great things. But I think unless we are all responsible, we'll face more severe situations later on, because inevitably, if we have got several waves afterwards, we may need to close again and go back to very strict measures. I think we've never seen a crisis like that, because what requires that everybody is responsible and requires from the traveler, from the company, from each single employee, we need to be responsible for the way we are treating things. I think we really need to show solidarity and collaboration and competition in the sense that we need to share all the best practice. We need to share the protocols. We need to share what do we do rather than keep that to ourselves as a competitive advantage. And I think the tourism industry has never done that before. We really need to operate in very, very different ways. I've been asking the global companies to actually share with everybody else what they do. And you know, Rob from Emirates and hotel companies like Hilton, Intercontinental, Marriott, they really need to show to everybody how we can do that best. And it's all about sharing and caring at the same time.
When you think about how everyone is talking about traveling again, I mean, I have friends and relatives who are very, very cautious. We've heard Tom talking about the kind of measures they're going to bring in and the kind of technology that's available. We've heard from Rob too about airlines. But the normal person, if you like, I mean, your family, my family, how reassured will they be by this?
I think what's going to happen is that the people who will need to travel will start traveling first, and this will be people that they've got to meet relatives, family, whatever, and to actually take care of their personal business. I think the second group that's going to be traveling is the business travelers, that they need to go out and do what they need to do. And I think the third group that is going to be opening eventually will be the leisure travelers. I think leisure travelers will be a little bit slower. I also segment the market in 4 different segments. The first segment is those people who are shielding. These are people who may be older, or they may have particular illnesses. There's the second group of people that they are really impacted by the economic situation. They may have lost their job, they may have lost income, their mortgage may have gone up, something that has severely impacted their economic situation. I think there's a third group, which is the smart travelers, that they are waiting to see. They're waiting to see Emirates flying, how many problems is going to be, what else is going to happen, how many people are going to Jordan. And then eventually in about 3 to 4 weeks' time, they'll be traveling. And then there's another fourth group of people, which I call kamikaze. It's the people that are going to travel under any circumstances. And we saw them in Bournemouth last weekend. It was a very nice weekend in Bournemouth. And everybody, and a lot of people went to the sea. And the first group was looking at them and saying, how dare you, you're going to kill us all. But that kamikaze kind of group is going to go no matter what. And that is a major issue for me, because I'm not sure if they're responsible, if they'll keep social distancing, if they wear their masks, if they take seriously the protocols. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we first encourage and inspire these people to actually use the protocols. And the next thing is to create penalties if they don't. And we hear a lot of stories about, and let's face it, you know, in tourism, we are not going to tourism to be apart. We're going to tourism places to be together and to enjoy each other's company, to eat, to drink together and have fun. And I think especially when people have a few drinks and people see families and people see their friends and their loved ones, it's inevitable that they're going to go and give them a hug. And it's inevitable that they're going to have a conversation. It's kind of inevitable that they'll feel this false security that we are safe with our people. And I think responsibility is the most critical bit that we need to keep in this kind of context.
When we have time, if we have time, we'll certainly talk about, I think, the policing almost of these kind of measures that you might need, and certainly for people who may not be as responsible as others. But before we get to a general conversation, and when we do, I'll ask all of you to just raise your hands so I can bring you in. I want to turn to Ashwin Sitaram, the Director of Tourism in Mauritius. And as we've heard, you've been accredited, you've been applauded for your blue chip approach to health and safety. But what is that? What did you do when the crisis broke out, and how did you respond to it? I'm wondering if you pressed your mute button. Hang on, unmute.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. There you go.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Rajan. In fact, it's not when the crisis broke out, but we have been monitoring the situation since January. Okay, we had a very good month for tourists in January, double-digit increase in number of arrival. But we've been monitoring China, which is a major market for us, Italy, another major market for us. And in February, 2nd of February, we had to stop the flight from China because it was getting like really serious there, and we had to stop. Mid-February, we had to stop the flight from the tourists from the affected zone from Italy, and then gradually other countries getting contaminated. We had to stop until we got contaminated. We got our first case in on the 19th of March, and then 20th of March it was the confinement started. And when confinement started, like all borders were closed, everything was closed, all tourist operations stopped. Tourists that was there, the manager, there was some flight that they went back to their country, or others just stayed on the island. And yeah, from 20th of March till 30th of May, it was confinement. Hotels were converted into quarantine zone because the only flight that we had was Mauritian citizens coming back and cargo flights. So when they come back, the quarantine was compulsory. 2 weeks, we gave them hotels. So it was much better than hospital. Yeah, so, and during that period, we lost 15 billion rupees, mid-March till end of May, compared to the same figures of last year. But what we did, we've been monitoring the situation everywhere. We started working on sanitary measures for each activity that we have in our Tourism Authority Act. Each activity, we came with guidelines, with sanitary measures that they have to follow. Of course, bearing in mind the physical distancing, hand sanitizer everywhere. Yeah, all the time, like regular cleaning of equipment whenever someone is using it. So we came with that. We work on it, and then we found out about WTTC. We contacted them, communicated with them. They endorsed our guidelines. They gave us, of course, some changes, some amendments were made to it, like we don't talk about social distancing, we say physical distancing. A lot of support they gave us, and they endorsed the guidelines. So now what we did is every operator, they are self-assessing themselves. They had to do everything. The pass mark is 100%. They do everything, they get the certificate, and we go and monitor. We ensure that they're doing it. We have to do it because in the near future, safety is a major issue. So we have to do it. So this is what we've done. And we're happy to be the first island in the region to be endorsed, to get the stamp.
So when will tourists from abroad be able to start coming into Mauritius?
Well, in fact, we've already worked on the guideline on the security on the island. I have to say that since the end of April, we haven't had any case of corona on the island. Okay, we had 3 cases, but it's from Mauritian citizen coming back to the country. That's it. Since end of April, we didn't have any case, and end of May, it was the end of confinement. But we know there's a report from IATA, report from other institutions. We are monitoring, looking what everywhere other countries are doing, because we understand the quarantine, because tourists come to Mauritius for an average of 10 days, quarantine of 14 days, that would be hard for them. We will not expect tourists for that. So we are working with the health expert, the Ministry of Health here, to ensure to get the best, I would say the optimum way, the optimum protocol to be able to put in place, and then we will decide when to open. But there has been a joint working group with the private sector and the public sector. We've been looking at strategies. We've been communicating with the market just for them not to forget about Mauritius, talking about the beauty of the island. And we don't have a date yet, but once the protocol will be decided, then we will communicate on that.
Okay.
We may be starting with like the island, the surrounding, the regional market before going to long haul.
Okay, right. I want to open this up a little bit now and ask you all. Now, I mean, we're talking about countrywide in protocols. We're talking about big organizations. But what about the small operators? Because I suspect there will be corners being cut. Small business people can't necessarily afford to do a lot of these things. They won't necessarily, one person operation that may just not be able to monitor so much social distancing. If they have a group of people, for example, how can we make sure we do this without being too heavy-handed? Because it's supposed to be a holiday, it's supposed to be a time abroad, and yet we may have this situation where there's a standoff where people are saying you can't do that, you must not do that. I wonder if anybody wants to respond to that.
I think, Rajan, you make assumptions. I think small does not mean incompetent. I think that quite a lot of small businesses will be actually much more careful, because quite often they live on the premises. It's a family business quite often, and they operate those businesses. It's equally difficult when a waiter goes in a 5-star hotel and then goes out in the community, and then it may be spreading. So you cannot actually make that assumption that the small will be more dangerous. What the small businesses will need is better guidance, and probably in a language that it's really accessible to them. I've helped a lot of small businesses in Greece and in Bournemouth to actually understand what is required. And one of the proposals I've done on the islands of Corfu and the islands of Rhodes is that a big company adopts a small one or a few small ones in the region, so that they all sing from the same hymn sheet. Because it's really, really critical that everybody understands. So the small businesses may not have the resources and the expertise to understand a different kind of level, but they'll be equally responsible and even more responsible than the larger ones. So for the ministers who are listening to us, I think it's important to actually bring those kind of measures and the training, and actually get people to go around the small businesses and ensure that the protocols are understood and they are followed in detail.
Is there ever a trade-off? I know a lot of people, I know, Tom, you talked about how sustainability is important as well moving forward. But in terms of trying to deal with the coronavirus measures that you need and trying to move forward with green measures or environmentally friendly measures, is there ever a trade-off with that? Can you ever see a time when you can't just do both? It's too much to handle. Can I come to one of you? Let me ask you, Minister from Jordan.
Actually, I'm trying to reflect on what has been said first on the small businesses, because we believe that in Jordan, for example, for the small businesses, mainly for the small handicrafts and all these people, we're trying to train them. And that's why I insist that training is very important and capacity building on how to deal with the situation. But looking at the trade-off, I don't see it as a trade-off. I see that we need to, whatever we put in place in terms of measures, they have to complement all the other efforts that are being done by the different stakeholders. So awareness is very important. And to me, when I talked about certain measures, I need to go back to what do we need to make sure that they are in place. For now, what has been said that we have different protocols for the different journeys, but we need compliance. Compliance must be built throughout the process. We should not take things for granted, because from my experience, when we started to open the restaurants, for example, although we put very strict measures, but first day, second day, third day, they started to act normally as if there is nothing. So that's why I think we need to keep reminding them. Communication is very important. Capacity building is very important. Certification is very important. And I really like the idea of self-assessing. So I think this is a new, let's say, way of looking. How can we enforce or actually insist that they need to feel the responsibility and they need to be committed and they need to self-assess. Now it's shared responsibility era. We can't go into a blame game, and we cannot just say we cannot do this and we cannot do that. I think now it's the time in order to think of how do we need to overcome this period. So this is how I look at things.
Rob, I think, did you want to, oh, sorry, go on, Ashwin.
If Rob want to go first? Oh.
Rob,
Okay.
did you?
In fact, I would like to add, I would like to share what we've done here. Like I said, the guidelines has been endorsed. The guidelines is for every activity in the tourism sector, even a one-man business. Okay, if you're a hiker, he has to do his operation. He has to follow the guidelines about hiking. So this will become a condition to their license. Okay, if they do not abide to it, they may go they may risk of losing their license. They have to abide it. And moreover, the people has not worked for 2.5 months. They've experienced the problem of having confinement, of having curfews, all that. So not to have this situation again, they know the importance of abiding to the guidelines, of abiding, make sure that social, physical distancing and all the protocol are adhered to. So it's important, as a whole population, we went through it and we know the importance of it. So we don't want to go into curfew again. So we'll have to abide to it.
Okay, Rob.
I think it's also the guidelines that they're fine and that needs to be enforced, but the challenge is also the global cultural differences. I've been myself walking around in the airport and watched the departure process of a couple of repatriation flights. And for some flights, the people nicely social distance and 2 meters apart. So on other flights, our ground staff spent continuously doing people putting 2 meters apart. And when they got to the end of the queue, the front of the queue was already back again. It's a kind of cultural challenges, because in some countries, if you leave a gap, somebody will jump in the queue. So that's so automatically the social distancing is just not a part of the framework of the people's culture. And that's actually a challenge if you work in a very multicultural environment. And I'm not sure how to crack that easily.
It's a fair point. Does anybody want to come up on that? Yes, Tom.
Yeah, hey, Rajan, there's just one thing that I wanted to add on to all of that, or actually two points, is that, whether it's guidelines or self-assessing, the important thing I think also that's really the trend that people have to take a look at is just how sexy it is to have an epidemiologist in your country that offers reassuring data. And all of these things kind of combine for really important message points to get out to your consumers, of the buying folks, the ministers of health, everybody, the WTTC. All of that needs to combine into one singular communications strategy that I don't care if it's a small boutique hotel or if it's, Westin hotels, or like one of our clients, Six Senses in Asia, that is doing such interesting stuff. That's all really, really important. That's the first thing I think that we have to get across here. The second thing that I just wanted to point out is something that I want to pick up on your guest from the previous session said from PwC, and that is the role of wellness. We haven't talked about that here, but that's a really important point that I think, and a trend that everybody needs to capitalize on, because consumers are so much more self-aware now of their own immune system as it relates to, how do I avoid a pandemic? How do I vacation healthfully? But how do I also use that, all this pent-up demand for people to go and travel, now that they're also self-aware of their immune system? How do destinations make that an offering to really help them understand, how do I diet and exercise, and how do I, get to a better place of wellness? And there's a lot of places that are doing it well, and particularly in Asia.
Yeah,
it's a very, very valid point, actually, because it occurs to me, and I don't know if anybody else wants to make a last point and come back on this, that it's not going to be the crowded urban areas necessarily that will do well. It's going to be areas in more quiet regions where wellness, for example, is promoted, where people have, meditation, or they have all those things. I mean, in terms of investment, this is an investment conference. I guess that is the way, that's certainly one way in which the industry can push and move forward. Anybody want to make a last point? Dimitris, go on.
Rajan, I'd like to pick up from what Tom said about communication. I think it's really critical for people to understand that they do not promote destinations as safe. Nowhere is safe. And I've seen a lot of places talking about COVID ready, COVID safe, or whatever. It can be very, very easy to actually go away from that. I think what people need to promote is that we all need to be responsible. It's like alcohol or tobacco, you know, consume responsibly kind of thing. Be part of the safety. You are part of the safety network and the safety processes as much as we are. And also, a lot of people will go into the quiet places, you said, you know, the remote places. But I'm really very nervous about that, because the more remote places you go, the less health facilities you have got, the less access to medical support you have got, which means that we may actually have more impacts into societies that they are not prepared to actually deal with that. So I'm really careful about the word safety, if you like, and I think we need to communicate to everybody that they need to be responsible in this process on how they are going to engage in the tourism activity.
Okay, well, thank you all very much indeed for participating. I mean, this is the most crucial element of all this stuff. We'd all love to travel, but bottom line, health is always going to come into play. We all know our families. We all know people in our families who are very nervous, very anxious. And the whole point is to be responsible, as you say, and to reassure. Thank you all very much indeed for that. I hope you stick around and see the rest of it. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce the moderator for the next session, which is on planning for the future, understanding globalization in the post-COVID-19 world and the investment measures needed to boost recovery of the global travel and tourism industry. The moderator for this is Professor Ian Golding, who is the Professor of Globalization and Development at the University of Oxford and the Director of the Oxford Martin Programme on Technological and Economic. That's a long title, but I'll hand over to you now. Ian, it's all yours to take over.
Thank you very much, Rajan, and welcome to everyone that's participating in this. It's a huge pleasure to be associated with it and to have such a wonderful panel to discuss planning for the future, understanding globalization in the post-COVID-19 world and investment measures needed to boost recovery of the global travel and tourism industry. So we have a wonderful panel, and we're going to begin this panel with Minister Najib Balala, the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya. Minister, you've been clearly devastated by the pandemic, as others have, locking down before the pandemic really struck, so putting livelihoods at stake to defend lives. Could you say something about how COVID-19's impacted on Kenya and what you're doing to try and mitigate this and to get yourselves back on your feet, and of course to support the desperately poor people who so need your income from the industry?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me, ITC. So I'm here, proud that I'm participating with the good people around me, and I can see the people around us all over the screen. But yes, these unprecedented times of the pandemic has affected not only Kenya, but globally. And definitely, for us, we feel that probably this is the time we feel globalization is under threat, or there have been put some brakes on globalization. So yes, it has affected all of us, and Kenya in particular, because 10% of our GDP is tourism. And a huge percentage of people are working under this sector. And probably, and as before, everybody knows that governments never take tourism seriously. They think this is a luxury sector, that people have money, and they don't see the value chain and the effects of the value chain. It's only now we realize tourism has been impacted. And then the lady who sells milk, the farmer in the farms are affected, the service industry, the bankers, everybody, the utility companies are all affected because the sector is shut. And the number of people who have been affected is almost 11% of the formal employment. So this is huge unemployment caused by the pandemic, particularly the tourism sector. yes, other sectors have been affected, but tourism is the worst hit. What we have done is that we have immediately the pandemic was announced, we got only one case. We announced a shutdown instantly because we wanted to contain it. Unfortunately, then there were Kenyans who were coming back into the country. They brought the virus with them, and we got affected. So the numbers have gone up. Still, it's relatively small because we have active cases of 2,000 cases, and death is less than 100. So our numbers are small, but yes, we need to contain it and not make sure that it doesn't grow. We have a curfew up to the first week of July, but I believe after July, I think we start opening up. It's tough as well to make it happen, but unfortunately, this is the current situation. We can't do anything about it, but this is the situation here we have. Unfortunately, we have not much resources to support the economy, but we try to do something. We gave $10 million to the wildlife sector, $20 million to the wildlife sector. We have allocated $40 million to the tourism sector and $20 million, particularly for the employees in the lower cadre. So these are the efforts we are doing currently.
Thank you very much, Minister. And clearly the challenges you face are severe, both on the medical front and the economic front. Poor countries are less able to do the sorts of things that richer countries have done to support workers and their industries. I'm going to turn now to Keith Barr, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the IHG Group, incorporating, as many of the participants will know, a fantastic array of hotels, Intercontinental Region, Kempton Resorts, Crown Plaza, Holiday Inns, and many others. And clearly, you must have been devastated too by this pandemic. Could you say something about what you're doing from an investment perspective to respond to this? And in particularly in how, what tips you'd give to the participants who are deep in the industry for one of the learnings you've had? What do you think's worked and what do you think has worked perhaps less well than you would have hoped?
Well, thank you for having me here, Professor. And it's I think we'd all admit it's been an extraordinary series of events over the recent months. And when this started, I remember having a daily conversation with my team in Greater China, where we have over 450 hotels, and when it was a China issue, and was working with them to understand how we were going to manage through the crisis, how we're going to manage through supporting our owners and our colleagues, and opening hotels in Wuhan to house frontline workers and medical professionals, and helping the hospitals be built there. And we thought it was a China problem, but then it became global. And the impact has been pretty extraordinary, and it's impacting different places in the world differently now. So China is fairly well contained. Talking with the team there last week, you kind of look at things are beginning to get back to normalcy, and you're seeing businesses begin to reopen, restaurants begin to reopen, and travel beginning to take place because there's a level of safety and security. The US, similarly, we're seeing activity beginning to tick up there, less so in Europe and Middle East and Asia. So our focus has been really, how do we support our owners and our colleagues around the world? We have over 6,000 hotels now. And when you think about that, ranging, as you pointed out, from mainstream hotels of Holiday Inn Expresses to luxury resorts and Six Senses, and they're each in a different place. And so how do we work with our owners to make sure that they can get through what is clearly the most challenging time operationally they've ever faced, with revenues dropping as an industry in some markets 80, 90, or 100%. And so we've been very focused on cost to operate, brand standards, but also then leaning into governments around the world to get government support packages. But what we're focusing right now is on recovery. And as we're getting through this, how do we help our owners reopen hotels? And how do we drive demand into our hotels responsibly, and making sure that our hotels are being operated in a way that gives that high sense of health, hygiene, and cleanliness? Because as you probably, all the guests have been talking about, all the data we're showing right now is people want to travel, but people are concerned to travel because they want to make sure it's healthy and safety. And so we have to get those visible cues in all of our hotels, whether that is personal protective equipment, increased cleaning in public spaces, associations with world-class institutions like the Cleveland Clinic, and leveraging all the resources we have to give guests a sense of it's safe to travel in the markets where it is safe to travel. Also helping our owners operate, financially stability. But now we're leaning into demand and using data and analytics to understand where do customers want to travel. And, we have some hotels where are sold out right now around the world, which amazes me, right? And these resort destinations at the high end in luxury. So we have a Six Senses in Vietnam that was sold out for most of last month. And we have beach resorts in the United States and in the Florida Panhandle being sold out too. So there is a desire for people to travel. We have to make sure that we communicate to customers how we're making it safe. And work as an industry though, because this is not an IHG issue. This is not a Marriott issue or a country. It's a tourism issue, as your previous guest pointed out. It's impacting 1 in 10 jobs globally, and we have to help get those people back to work.
Can you operate at full occupancy? I mean, can you have hotels where you have enough restaurant space and common space to operate at full occupancy if that's what the clients want?
Right now, the real challenge is more in the full service hotels and luxury resorts. How do you operate restaurants, bars, spas, and that, and have social distancing? And so you're having to do, again, you can't run at full occupancy in those properties because you don't have enough restaurants and bars, but and public space. But in the mainstream hotels where you have limited food and beverage services, you can run at much, much higher occupancies. And we're just trying to work as an industry to understand how do we adjust. And there's different requirements. You've got 2 meters in some markets, you've got 1 meters in other markets. We're trying to make sure we follow the CDC and the WHO guidelines. And again, I think what you're going to see is travel corridors begin to form between countries. I mean, the recovery we're seeing is principally domestic now. And then you're going to see different countries where the virus has been contained begin to let cross-border travel take place. We think you'll see that Australia, New Zealand. We think China will eventually open up to some other countries within Southern Asia as well too. There's a high demand for travel. Europe's beginning to look at that, but we have to be pretty measured to understand how do we make sure our colleagues are safe too, because again, if hotels are too busy, we do run the risk of our colleagues being exposed, so make sure they have the right equipment and they can socially distance.
Thanks. We'll come back to many of these questions. Rocky, you are the CEO, Rocky Phillips, of the Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority. Wonderful part of the world, and you were just getting going with huge plans, including benefiting from Expo 2020. All that now, I guess, on ice. How are you responding, and how do you see yourself trying to bounce back in through the hub that I guess is very, very, there's no place in the world that's more open than the UAE that seems to depend more on travel and tourism. So what are you making of this, and how are you responding?
That's correct. Thanks, Ian, and thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to be on this panel. I think you put it so perfectly. I mean, the UAE relies heavily on tourism. For an oil-rich country, the tourism makes up almost 12% of the country's GDP, and we employ close to 750,000 employees across the country. Ras Al Khaimah is the northernmost emirate. It's a little more open. It's a nature emirate, and to a lot of the points that Keith had mentioned about the resorts being busy, we were blessed to have 2 Ritz-Carlton villa products that, to be honest, have been pretty steadily busy since the pandemic hit. But it has had a huge negative impact on the industry. I think the biggest issue with business owners is cash flow. Their liquidity has been very tough. They've been strapped for money. And all we needed to do was really focus on the recovery process, on how we communicate the next steps. The pandemic hit us pretty badly in March. Leading up to March, the destination was, we're having record occupancies. The business was doing well. Our hotels were probably averaging in the mid 70 percentile, right? And we were looking forward to the Easter breaks and the Eid celebrations. Pandemic hit, our occupancies dropped to single digits. Some of our hotels got utilized as quarantine properties. And we went through that whole process of stopping, really trying to absorb what's happening, and then pivoting to focus on a recovery. What we felt as an emirate and as a destination to do is we had to work on creating a stimulus package that really focused on three main initiatives. One was protecting the employees that work in tourism in Ras Al Khaimah. Second was our partners and business owners and investors who've tirelessly worked to promote the destination. And the third part is make sure that the destination is ready for a recovery. And together we worked with the federal government, the Ministry of Economy, to really put some federal nationwide, emirate-wide initiatives and incentives. And we also worked on a local stimulus package that really helped move things in the right direction and to help the hotels survive during this difficult time and be ready for the recovery process. We were able to launch all of this in April, and even to some of the tour guides that their business had completely stopped, we were able to give them a cash incentive to help survive and get through the process. We do remain to be optimistic. These are definitely trying times. The good thing is, for all of us that work in the industry, we've been through many crises. We've been through, I was in Orlando, Florida, when 9/11 hit. And obviously for a town that relies heavily on tourism, the impact was huge. We've been through SARS, terrorist attacks in other parts of the world. But the message was clear to our stakeholder, is to focus on bouncing back. Don't knee jerk and lower rates, because that's the worst thing you can do when you're a business owner and you've been waiting for the recovery. You're waiting for things to come up. To drop average rates just to get a little bit more occupancy was not the right strategy. And we've just kept that focus, communicated well. We recently launched a campaign called the Shortcation campaign, just a little play on word. And it was very much focused on the domestic travel, people coming to RAK, spending a few nights, a minimum of 3 nights there. And we've seen great recovery. I mean, just last week, I think we averaged almost 60% at our hotels. To the point that you had mentioned earlier, we're blessed in Ras Al Khaimah because we have sprawling spaces. So we're not confined. We're able to put a lot of the measures that require safety, from social distancing measures and many of the other things, to make sure that the new customers coming on board feel very safe and are happy to travel.
Thanks very much, Raki. Dinky, you are the founding partner of Eagle Wing Estates and Hotels, operator, I think based in Dubai. And you've implemented very practical financial measures for this crisis. Could you run through a couple of the really practical things that you feel people could be looking at to try and mitigate the impact and bounce back?
Thank you for having me on board. Well, we're talking about an industry at large which employs 300 million people, out of which 100 million today have been laid off. We're talking about additional costs of $9 billion annually that are going to come up in cleanliness. What we really have looked at is bringing back expertise that will understand the domain perfectly, and getting on their knowledge to see how can we regain confidence and get people moving into the business. We've heard Raki recently talk about what he's done in Ras Al Khaimah to boost up domestic tourism. As asset managers cross-sectionally in the region, of every brand from luxury to select services, we've really having extensive dialogues with the operators to recalibrate, re-engineer the traditional cost centers that they've had and simplify them to make them fit for a reboot. I'm sure, as if Keith would allude to this, would admit and allude to the fact, like many other hotel brands, they themselves are shedding off traditional fats and working back on what they're compelled today to do is to make the business more meaningful. We are going deep into ensuring that when we relaunch, the owners have enough cash flow to inject, and knowing that the recovery of monies are going to take longer than ever to come through. So simplifying cash versus revenue, and working with the authorities to ensure that we don't become the policeman to start implementing what authorities need to be doing in terms of sensible social distancing or medical habits, because costs are going to become extremely important for the recovery. So we're trying to keep it simple, understand what needs to be done, ensuring that there is proper utilization of spaces within the hotels. We can't see occupancies in the Middle East coming back to where they were at least till mid 2021, if not 2022. So there'll be enough areas to ensure that demand balances out the supply. And focus is really on retaining and re-educating employees to do things in a simple manner, regain confidence, and it's going to be more than ever of personal relationships that'll matter in the reboot. We draw on strengths. I mean, I'll give you an example of Dubai. We are recalling and working with stalwarts in the industry. Look at Gerald, for example. If there's anybody who knows Dubai and who's built empire, it's Lawless. His knowledge in how do you work with authorities, how do you partner with the airline to ensure that we start bringing international travelers back to Dubai. As far as I'm concerned, all the stuff about quarantine of 14 days and that's going to be reconsidered, because you want to make sure that the flights are the aircrafts are in the air, flying internationally to start bringing the confidence levels back. So we're really working the numbers out with the operators to ensure that they partner truly as partners and readjust all their wish lists for the property to make it more business-like, to support the business to really get financially where they're at, which is going to take much longer than expected.
Thanks very much, Dinky. I'm the professor of globalization and development at Oxford University, and I've been observing these trends around the world as they impact on different countries. And I'm optimistic about the future, but particularly of travel and tourism, not so much business travel, which I think will be suffering in the long term. But I think travel and tourism will rebound. And I think what you said about 2022 is the right sort of horizon. Minister, is Kenya open at the moment? Can people still plan holidays and come there? And are you seeing international travelers, or are you worried that they're just going to bring and accelerate COVID, and so you have this terrible trade-off between lives and livelihoods?
No, not yet. We have not opened our airspace. If we open our airspace, will be probably July, mid-July. But also, it's not only about Kenya's airspace, it's globally. Most of the airspaces are not yet open. There is fear globally as well. People do not want to travel long-haul destinations, so we will be affected in Africa and any long-haul destination. So there are two things, fear, and then there's finance. People will be broke. So we'll prefer to go local and domestic, as everybody said. The domestic market will be stronger. So if the spending power and the middle class is stronger in that area, then definitely will happen. So in Kenya, we have a very strong domestic market. And unfortunately, in Africa, no. We don't have a strong domestic market. We are not used to the domestic market, as well as Africa is not homogeneous. We don't have well-connected infrastructure or connectivity for that matter. But thank God in Kenya, we are well connected. We have a big middle class. So we will survive for some time. But I agree with Dinky. I think the future for international traveler will be in 2022. End of 2021, 22, that is the future of international travel. What do we do now? I think we need to learn how to live with the COVID-19. So the protocols are very important, but the protocols need to be harmonized and be common protocols. We cannot have one protocol in the UK say quarantine 14 days, and then in Kenya is no quarantine for 14 days. I think the issue of quarantine of 14 days by the international traveler will kill tourism. So we need to find a solution together while making sure that the health measures are being taken care without killing the economy. You know, Professor, it's easy to say people are dying with or are suffering because of COVID-19. But if the economy is going to be shut totally, the government cannot sustain. How much data are you going to increase into your country? Yeah, we in Kenya, we already at 58% debt ratio. For us, it's too high. Other countries is, yes, is 200% debt ratio. But we in Kenya, 60% is 60% is too high. So we don't want to cross the 60% mark as debt ratio. But yes, we need to move the economy. What do we do? I don't think we can do much, but I think we need to be more innovative to making sure that there is other things in the tourism sector needs to be reconfigured. And yes, I think Dinky has mentioned here, yeah, the business models needs to be changing. We in Kenya, we are prepared. We are going to do a lot of intervention in terms of policies, reviews of policies. Definitely, we are going to bring innovation and technology. It has to be there. But also, sometimes we are not competitive. It has to be price and value. It cannot just be price or value. Definitely, value is important. People are becoming more conscious about it. The other issue, which is crucial for us, is the review of the tax regimes. What do we do? I mean, we are used that we just lump every tax on the tourism sector. There is no stoppage. I think we need to review it. We have inherited the colonial British tax regime and we haven't changed. I think we need to change it. So these are the things, but definitely I think the world has known we have to invest in health, safety, and security. Those are key issues. But also I think the tourism industry has been accused of over-tourism, the issue of carbon emissions. So we need to reflect ourselves and say, yes, the time of rebooting, the time of rethinking, we need to take climate change, an issue of sustainability, an issue of also appreciating the local communities in those areas. We can't build 5-star hotels in 2-star communities. Those communities might feel the benefit of it. And definitely, I think if we need to reinvest back to tourism, we need the physical financial support by government to be facilitated to the investments and the opportunities that will come after COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I couldn't agree with you more on the breadth of what needs to be changed, but also the concerns around the impact on poverty and incomes. You know, I'm sure that more people will die in Africa of hunger than will die of COVID-19. And that is obviously a very, very serious question of how governments respond and manage that. You mentioned technology, and Keith, I know that you've been focusing as well on how technology might be used to help with the recovery and to manage this. Could you say something about that and how you're using technology?
Yeah, there's a couple different areas. I think first, COVID's been an accelerator, right? We had many trends in our industries that were progressing, but COVID is just pushing us to move much faster in terms of innovation and trying to tackle issues. Our ability to leverage data in a targeted way now to understand where demand is has been transformed through this process. Because as an industry, we typically would do broad and reach marketing, right? We do, media above the line, broad reach. You can't do that right now. Because none of the companies have the significant financial resources. Plus, it's a bit tone deaf. If you're going out there doing to everyone say, please travel, when a lot of people are afraid to travel and some people can't afford to travel. But it's using the digital data that's out there now. So we're actually getting search data across so many different channels to understand, is Rocky searching to go to this destination, and when is he looking at it? Who's out there wants to travel, and then making sure we're then marketing to those customers. And so the advances you will see in marketing will be significant about this, because we're going to be very targeted, very personalized. And so in the US, for example, we saw search demand going up for the Texas and Florida Panhandle significantly over the last few weeks. And so and their drive destinations. So in the surrounding states, we're marketing that. We're seeing things begin to take place in Australia and a bit in New Zealand too. So we're figuring out how do we use data to make sure that we let customers know that hotels are open, that they're safe, what we're doing, and then also I think how do we continue to take cost out of operations for our owners? I mean, we've got to think through as an industry, how do we reduce cost, enable our hotels to operate more efficiently going forward, and because we are going to be multiple years until we recover. And I was on a call the other day with all the global CEOs, and we've all been humbled by this. We've been humbled by our colleagues, how they have just stepped up and done amazing things. It's humbled the industry because we were having arguably one of the best decades in recent memory of growth, and now it's not there. And saying, how does this industry need to repivot? Use technology to lower costs to operate, help our customers engage with us more digitally. And so I think you will see a lot of innovation take place you'll see mobile check-in, mobile checkout. You'll see a lot of things being taken out of guest rooms and delivered digitally, where in the past, I often talk about why did we put all that stuff in the hotel rooms that's always been there for decades, and going, do we still need to do that today? And we can deliver that, whether it's through the television or through the app or through their phone. So I think you'll see the industry continue to just invest in technology because what customers want, and customers have become much more digitally savvy in these, we're now, I think, in week 14 of working from my home here outside of London. And, we can do almost everything digitally now, and customers are going to do more and more of that too. And so COVID will be an accelerator in that space. And you'll see us continue to invest more and more in technology.
Thank you. Dinky, I know you've been focusing on very specific actions to sort of try and boost revenues and cut costs, including combining functions and taking various full-time employees that were regarded as indispensable before as out of the value chain. Could you give us some examples of the sorts of actions you're undertaking to make sense of this at least for the next couple of years? And do you think those will be permanent, or do you think this is a temporary shift in behavior?
Yeah, and I applaud Keith's two major moves in the market. One was technology, and what he highlighted was the new way of working on cost from an operator's perspective. Operators today, more than ever before, are going to relook at the fat layers that sat traditionally in an organization. They are doing what we do, and that's where the collaboration alignment between the owner and the operator is required to ensure that whatever changes they make are clear, are focused, are tangible in terms of finally adding value to the experience. Hospitality is all about selling an appropriate experience. Now, they can't, or operators should not, whilst they do this, or delayer traditional costs with the sales, marketing, technology, operations, procurement, further loaded onto an investor. This is where we've come and said, simplify them, understand why that needs to be done. How does that add value in tomorrow's world rather than yesterday, where service delivery and that personal commitment between the guest and the provider is truly recognized. And what we've done is not only multi-layering or multi-skilling or retraining between employees, and it's an educational move that we've encouraged within the industry of really studying the competency, making them true colleagues and saying, listen, if you've been working in the kitchen, why not expand your horizon and step into the restaurant? Why not do a little bit more in cashiering? Would you enjoy that? Ask a front office colleague, listen, could you manage the lounge? Would you like to do things a little different? And we are surprised at the hunger and willingness of employees themselves to upgrade. Now, what we try to do is, whilst we've understood operators immediately pulling out costs by putting people in furloughs or laying them off, we've asked them to relook at empowering people. We've asked them to challenge themselves on the reboot cost or on remobilization costs versus the final laying off charges that an owner picks up in his P&L. And very often we found out that a lot of these actions taken either because the investor has pushed them to do it, have not been financially prudent. Because especially in countries like the Middle East, where you've got huge cost centers in terms of visas, accommodations, etc., you lay them off today and you're going to reboot those costs or pick them up again as the industry starts. So I think what we have done is clearly re-engineered what is required for the business. With the demand being lower, how can you convert fixed into variable and invariable costs? What are those that will matter for tomorrow's business? We all understand the first business to come back most probably is going to be business. It's going to be incentive and mice. It's going to be leisure is going to be the last. So our focus is to be, can you put your sales marketing dollars really to start getting the farmers in, getting the incentive travel going, talk to the operators, talk to the airlines. And this is where I think the operators, the airlines, the authorities have got to really recalibrate working together in terms of pulling together than they've never done before. And I think we're seeing some successes with the operators. They understand it. They are challenged to really shed a lot of the fat that traditionally sat into their superstructures. And this is the best time they're going to do it. My only thing to an operator is don't think about it. Don't take these steps just because there's a short-term impact on your P&L. Think of how you're going to build confidence, respect employees who are really going to make the difference going forward, because it's going to be that personal contact through connectivity, which becomes even more important to really be the true trigger for a comeback.
Thanks very much. I'm interested that you think that business will come back before tourism, because I've been arguing the opposite, that businesses learn to work remotely and convene remotely, and it's the tourist experience that is going to drive people back first. But let's come back to that. Raki, you not far from Dubai. I've had the pleasure to visit Ras Al Khaimah and see it. Is there going to be a new market for staycations within the UAE? Will people from Dubai come on a staycation to Ras Al Khaimah to see nature and to get out? And are you seeing that sort of pick up in the nature of your client base as a result of these travel restrictions?
First of all, Ian, I hope you enjoyed your stay with us in Ras Al Khaimah.
Very much so.
So in Ras Al Khaimah, we are the #1 option for staycations. So even before the pandemic, 40% of our customers come from the domestic market and 60% fly in internationally. And we're very diversified from our international customer base. We are located 45 minutes outside of Dubai International Airport, so it is quite convenient. We do see that the recovery process will come in different phases, and as everyone's been talking, the initial phase definitely is the domestic market. And this is why we recently launched our Shortcation campaign, and very much focused on getting people to come out, enjoy time in nature, reconnect with people, maybe stay in one of our villa properties or stay in one of our hotels. But for us as a destination, the domestic traveler has very different needs than the international traveler. I'll give you an example. One of our hotels was very much an all-inclusive destination, the Rixus, an ultra all-inclusive destination. Had the process down. You come, you get your wristband, and everything's included in there. So what we did is, based on the recommendations that came from the World Health Organization, we stopped serving buffets. And buffet is great when you're in an all-inclusive resort, but the domestic traveler doesn't look for a buffet experience. They look for a dine-in experience. So we have to work with the hotels in order to do that. And we put some guidelines together, but then we realized we created our Stay Safe Hotel certification, and we worked on a sterilization program. All of the employees had to get COVID tested before the hotel operates fully. We had dedicated entrances to mitigate the flow, and we put restrictions on capacity of how much. The service at the hotel, and Keith would know this, is still warm and friendly, but it's covered with a mask, and there's smiles behind those masks. But in order to take things to the next level and really build the confidence of the employees, we partnered up with Bureau Veritas, and we were the first tourism board to do that, to become a Bureau Veritas certified destination. So all of our hotels are going through that certification. It's a globally recognized certification. And it honestly came under the recommendation of WTTC, who we're very involved in, to look how we can take a global pandemic and really use the response locally. We are a developing destination, so it's easy for us to be able to move fast, to have an impact very quickly, and I'm happy to say that things have been looking positive. I am cautiously optimistic, but I still have that optimism that things will get better.
Great. Well, it's important to be optimistic. We have about 5 minutes. I don't know whether the organizers have any questions from other participants that would like to pose to the panel. If not, do the panelists have questions for each other?
I do.
Yeah.
And my question is to Keith. While Keith, you would most probably agree with me that in order for investors, hotel owners to go through this journey, they would be seeking a far more collaborative approach with operators such as yourself in order to break the traditional mold of fees and deliverables, including brand standards. Now, when we talk to owners and we see a diminishing return on the assets, and this is cross-sectionally from luxury to select services, one of the things that we're challenged by owners is that which is the normal, that what we pay in terms of fees to what we should be actually getting back from operator don't stack up. Now, we all realize that an operator is there because he provides an international deliverable, not only the name, and there's a cost attached to it, and there are fees which come for providing of the services. However, my question directly is, have you started engaging with owners of really looking at fees and pegging it to financial performance or returns? And is there any mitigation steps on inducements during this period where owners are struggling?
Sure. Excuse me. Let me approach it in 3 different ways. Let me talk about how we've helped owners today, and then how we're thinking about working with owners going forward. So when this happened, we went out to our owners in the biggest markets and said, we recognize that liquidity is the biggest issue you're facing. And so how can we help you? And so we cut marketing assessments, we cut technology fees, we just rolled many of those things back. We also delayed payments back, of saying we recognize at the depth of this crisis, before government support came about, what can we do to help? And effectively is let us use our balance sheet effectively to carry, to cut the costs that are coming out of the hotels. And it was incredibly well received. And so we had a number of owners around the world basically said, yep, I appreciate you cutting marketing assessments. I appreciate you cutting technology. Then we have all the above property costs as well too, right? So things where they're paid for services, where that services are no longer needed. And we cut those back. But we've also said, is there a different way of pricing this going forward, a different level of service, different pricing model, and working with the owners on that. Additionally, brand standards. We basically pull back on brand standards across almost all of our brands, saying, recognize we have to lower the cost to operate. And now we have to have a conversation as what should come back in. So should some of these changes now be permanent, of saying we're rethinking about how we operate the hotel? Is that brand standard adding value? And so we've got a team going through right now for all of our brands going, we've added more and more for customers over the past decade across all the brands. We've taken those things back now. Do they really, what adds value, what doesn't? And so looking at that too. And so I think you'll continue to see us looking at how do we continue to drive owners' returns, because that's how, for all the big global hotel companies, we're asset light. We only grow through the billions of dollars of capital being deployed by owners around the world to build these great hotels and these great destinations. And coming into this, I told our team, we've got a number of stakeholders. We've got owners, colleagues, customers, shareholders, and governments, and they all have long memories. And so how we act throughout this crisis and how we treat them is going to be pivotal to how we come out of this. And so if we're not seen as doing the right thing, both today and for the future, by any of those constituents, we hurt our business. And so we have to be a better partner. We have to collaborate and make sure that we're setting this industry up for success. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll turn it back to the professor, is we've got to work with governments around the world, and we have to work with destination management organizations and airlines and so forth. We have to come together as an industry to help governments understand the value we're adding, because there's been a real failure of leadership in government around the world. We have to be honest about it. And so business leaders now have an heightened responsibility in a world where globalization feels like it's pulling back a bit, to make sure that we are a globally connected industry, and how do we help push things forward.
Thank you,
Thanks
Keith.
very much. And I couldn't have put it more precisely as the professor of globalization than Keith has. That globalization needs to be sustained, and governments are not taking the lead that they should, not least internationally, in support of others. I want to thank the panelists. It's been a fabulous panel, learned a lot, and hand back to the organizers right on time. So thanks to all of you for participating in this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay safe, everyone.
Stay safe.
Thank you so much. Your Royal Highness, it's a great pleasure to be with you. We're going to be switching from Arabic to English and back and forth with the help of Fatima. Fatima, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Shall I translate to Arabic, Dr. Talib?
Please, if you don't mind. Yes.
Translate to English, please.
اوكي اتكلم بالعربيه انا تترجمي لي
الانجليزيه اتكلم باللغه العربيه وفاطمه تترجمي زي ما فهمتك بعد ما
حاضر
يتكلم بنت انت حيوقف سموه وانت تترجمي باللغه العربيه باللغه الانجليزيه
ان شاء الله باذن الله.
Okay. I'll be speaking directly in English and Arabic. Please forgive us, you participants. Okay. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you, Your Royal Highness. Prince Abdulaziz bin Nasser bin Abdulaziz is a very prominent figure in Saudi Arabia. He's been involved in investment. We have with us also Mr. Raed Habis, who is working with His Royal Highness also. Raed Habis is very, very prominent businessman, and we are working together with ITIC, with him, to try to do some difference in Saudi Arabia. I'll start by asking His Royal Highness a particular question. He has prepared something to answer me with. Your Royal Highness, Saudi Arabia is leading the G20 now. In November, you'll have a big meeting. We have said that this is the beginning of a new world order. How do you see the role of Saudi Arabia in all of this? Can Saudi Arabia provide the leadership in tourism that the world is expecting? Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Shukran, Samul Amir. Fatima? Yalla, Samul Amir. Okay, Samul Amir. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، وزراء السياحة، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Excellency.
Okay, go ahead.
شكرا. Excellency, Ministers of Tourism, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, peace, mercy and blessings of Allah.
يسعدني أن أشارككم في ملتقى السفر العالمي لمناقشة آفاق السياحة العالمية واستثماراتنا بعد ما مر به العالم من وباء فيروس كورونا COVID-19.
I am glad to participate in the Global Travel Forum to discuss the prospects of global tourism and its investments. The world is being passed by the pandemic of COVID-19.
حيث أن قطاع السياحة العالمية هو القطاع الأكثر تضرراً من هذا الوباء، ولكن فلننظر إلى المستقبل المشرق لقطاع السياحة.
And as the global tourism is the most affected sector by this pandemic, but let's look at the bright future of the tourism sector, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
وخاصة في المملكة العربية السعودية، حيث أن المملكة تحت القيادة الحكيمة لخادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي عهده الأمين صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان.
Especially in Saudi Arabia and under the wise leadership of a custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and his faithful crown prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The kingdom is witnessing a daily and new development, especially in the tourism sector.
يشهد التطور جديد في كل يوم وخاصة في قطاع السياحة والذي يخدم جميع قطاع آخر.
نعم yes. And the kingdom is witnessing a daily new development, especially in the tourism sector.
حيث تخطط رؤية المملكة 2030 لجذب 100 مليون سائح بحلول عام 2030. فالمملكة تمتلك العناصر والإمكانات المؤهلة لذلك، فلديها التنوع السياحي والتراثي والحضاري.
Which services over or other 28 sectors, and where the vision of the kingdom 2030 aims to attract 100 million tourists by 2030. The kingdom has the tools and the potentials, and it has a diversity of tourism, heritage, and civilizations.
مما يمكنها من تطوير السياحة الدينية والتاريخية والترفيهية والتراثية.
that enables to develop the religious, historical, recreational, and heritage tourism.
فالخبرة السياحية بالمملكة تعود إلى 4000 عام من خلال زيارات بيت الله الحرام في كافة العهود.
The tourist experience in the kingdom is dated to 4,000 years ago through the visits to the holy house of Allah in all eras.
فإن المملكة قامت بتطوير قوانينها ونظامها القضائي وتطوير أنظمة الاستثمار لجذب الاستثمارات في جميع القطاعات.
Thus, the kingdom has reformed its laws, judicial system, and developed the investment regulations to attract investments in all sectors.
وبخاصة السماح للمستثمر الأجنبي بامتلاك 100% من مشروعه.
Especially allowing the foreign investor to own 100% of his project.
وبخاصة قطاع الخدمات السياحية والثقافية.
Especially the sector of tourist and cultural services and recreational cities.
لذلك أصبحت المملكة واحدة من أهم الوجهات الاستثمارية.
So the kingdom has become one of the most important investment destinations.
وحققت مستوى عالي في التنافسية فاستقطبت أكثر من 455 مليار دولار أمريكي حتى نهاية 2019.
And has achieved a high level of competitiveness, attracting more than 455 billion of US dollars by the end of 2019.
يعد قطاع السياحة الداخلية في المملكة قطاعاً واعداً يحتاج إلى استثمارات ضخمة في جميع مجالات الضيافة والسكن مثل الفنادق والمنتجعات والقرى السياحية على شواطئ البحر الأحمر والخليج العربي.
The domestic tourism sector in the kingdom is a promising sector that needs huge investments in all areas of hospitality and housing, such as hotels, resorts, and tourist villages on the shores of the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf.
وهي تعد من الشواطئ البكر وكذلك الخدمات الأرضية السياحية مثل النقل وشركات تنظيم الرحلات والإرشاد السياحي وكذلك في قطاع المدن الترفيهية.
Which is one of the virgin beaches as well as tourist services such as transportation, tour operators and tourist guides as well as in the recreational cities sector.
وحيث تمتلك مجموعتنا مجموعة RHH وبصيرة مجموعة من المستشارين الخبراء في مجال الاستثمار والحوكمة ومسرعات الأعمال فإننا نرحب بمساعدة جميع المستثمرين في هذا القطاع.
As our group RHH and Basira has a group of expert advisors in the areas of investment, governance, and business accelerators, we welcome the assistance of all investors in the sector.
ولا يفوتني في النهاية نشكر معالي الدكتور طالب الرفاعي والسادة المنظمين الأفاضل لاستضافتي في هذا اللقاء. شكرا مع طيب التحيات، شكرا للجميع مع طيب التحيات، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Finally, I'd like to thank His Excellency Dr. Talib al-Rifai and the honorable organizers for hosting me in this blessing meetings. Thanks, best regards, His Royal Highness, the retired General Dr. Prince Abdul Aziz bin Nasser bin Abdul Aziz.
على عمرك سمو الأمير، شكرا جزيلا. الله يبارك فيك إن شاء الله. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you with us. You've explained very clearly how everything works in Saudi Arabia now. Let me just try to recap some of the things. First of all, Saudi Arabia has dedicated $455 billion to promote competitiveness and attract investment into Saudi Arabia. It's not limited to the tourism sector. It's a general thing. Secondly, Saudi Arabia, when it comes to tourism, has opened up even before the Corona thing. You know, the visas, 49 countries have free visa access now to Saudi Arabia. Get it upon arrival at the airport. Plus the fact that you can now invest with 100% ownership. It's very, very important, Your Royal Highness. Thank you so much for explaining all of this to us. Okay, with us also is RHH CEO and the owner, and a very good friend, close friend and ally of the Prince, Mr. Raed Habis. Mr. Habis, welcome to the meeting with us. I think, Mr. Habis, you can speak in English directly. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Talib. And I really would like to extend my sincere thanks to His Royal Highness, Dr. Abdulaziz bin Nasser, for attending this important global summit, which is discussing today the tourism industry and its future and perspectives. And I would like to thank the excellencies and all ladies and gentlemen attending this webinar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Habis. Can I ask a question, please, directly? In the beginning of this conference, we mentioned the issue that Saudi Arabia is leading the G20 now. How do you think the role of Saudi Arabia could be in leading a new world order as such, particularly with tourism being in the center of it? And I know the 2030 vision is focusing a lot on tourism because it's diversifying the economy and trying to get out of just the monopoly of oil. Can you please explain a little bit more about how you see that happening? Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Habis.
Thank you, sir. Actually, under the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030 and the National Transformation Plan, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, God bless him, and our crown prince, the visionary and the driving force behind Vision 2030. The government have assisted its position globally. And this comes through a very hard work that have been exercised during the 5 years. The kingdom was positioning itself as a global major player in the global economy, as well as reform many government agencies, many laws, and a lot of plans to make Saudi Arabia as a global hub in the MENA region in terms of trading, in terms of innovation, in terms of national logistic program, as well as tourism, which plays a very important sector. The Crown Prince, God bless him, when he evaluated with CEDA, the Council of Economic Development Council, they got a very important role for local content. One of it is the inbound tourism. And Saudi Arabians, when they travel outside, the outbound travel is accumulated to be 30 billion US $. As His Royal Highness, Dr. Prince Abdulaziz said, Saudi Arabia is not new to hospitality. The kingdom, we have almost 4,000 years of accumulated experiences for religious visitors to the holy city of Mecca and Medina. And this goes back to the history of our Prophet Ibrahim. So now the government really focusing on inbound tourism, since the kingdom enjoy a variety and a wide perspective of tourism, religious traffic. There is also leisure, there is also historical, heritage, tourism, and the country enjoys a lot of geographical environment, especially the Red Sea from the north to the south of the west side of Saudi Arabia. There are mountaineer areas, there are desert areas, which is beautiful activity during the winter. especially in the middle of Saudi Arabia in Najd area. And there are also beautiful greeneries in the south of Saudi Arabia. And those are going to be premium destination for resorts and high luxury tourism product, which during the summer, you can say in the MENA region, temperature are almost 50, 55 degrees, while those area in the low 20s and with a lot of greenery and clouds. So we're gonna see a major transformation in the tourism services and the tourism product.
Thank you so much, Mr. Habis. Thank you so much. The time is not on our side. I'd like to thank everybody, particularly Your Royal Highness, for this wonderful, wonderful occasion. Now, Saudi Arabia has one important issue there. I know, Mr. Habis, you mentioned so much of the facilities that are there, but it's never what you have, it's what you do with what you have that matters. There's a political will to explore Saudi Arabia now. For example, Saudi Arabia has been unknown, more rather a closed country for a long period of time. Now is the time to go there and visit. So now is the time to make investments in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much, Mr. Habis. Royal Highness.
If I may
Please.
add, Dr. Talib.
Please.
Yes,
Please.
I would like to say that, as you said, Saudi Arabia opened up after many years of being closed before, COVID-19. In last year, September 2019, Saudi Arabia now is giving visa, tourist visa upon arrival from the airport or through the internet. So there was a lot of
electronic visas.
Yes,
electronic visas. You can apply to visas online.
Yes,
That's
electronic visa, and also the government invested in many activities in terms of global cultural event, like what we have seen in Al-Ula. The government also invested in hosting global sport events like the Formula E in the Raiya Riyadh, and also global, the Spanish King Cup for La Liga, the major sport clubs from Spain. The same also was year before with hosting the Italian Football Super Cup. So the product also is becoming very sophisticated product in terms of sports or cultural event or natural event that tourists all over the world can enjoy while they are visiting Saudi Arabia. And what we can say that Saudi Arabia was the undiscovered spot or country in the world, but now it opened up, and it will open up not one destination. It has many destinations, and it has many products to offer to the global tourist.
Thank you so much, Mr. Habis. You're absolutely correct. When there is a political will in a country like Saudi Arabia, the sky is the limit. So thank you so much, Your Royal Highness, for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Raed Habis. Thank you, everybody. Fatima, thank you for the good translation you've done. And I hand it back to you, Rajan. Now, thank you so much, Excellency.
Thank you, Dr. Talib.
Thank you.
With a pleasure, Dr. Talib.
Okay, I'll take over. Hello, welcome back. Thank you very much indeed to Taleb. And I now have the honor of introducing our next moderator and his panel, full of big thinkers, to consider rethinking investments for better preparedness against potential future catastrophes. Our moderator is a fellow journalist, a seasoned observer. He takes no prisoners. He's an incisive commentator on the travel industry over the years. And like Taleb, I guess he's seen it all and done it all. But this situation, Peter, I suspect is even a first for you. Peter Greenberg.
Rajan, thank you very much and welcome from New York and wherever you all happen to be. Happy to be with you today. To answer your question, Rajan, it is a first for all of us. This is the longest period of time I've ever been in one place since I'm 17 years of age. And to put it in perspective, I've solved my problem by creating my own special passport, and I stamp it every time I go between my bedroom and my living room just to make myself feel better. So hopefully I'll get the real passport out very soon, and that's what we're really going to be talking about today. I want to start, before introducing our panelists, with just some statistics here. We're talking about 100 million jobs at risk in travel. We're talking 100% of the countries under the UN WTO that have some travel restrictions. About 60% of them right now have effectively closed themselves to incoming travel. And then, of course, the elephant in the room that has become the room, and what we're going to talk about today and how to deal with it, is deep-seated fear on a global level. We know that airlines are failing. We're talking about a $550 billion hit according to IATA, and that's for the airlines that are still flying. Cruise ships are going to stay at anchor until next year. Tourist boards have been, in many cases, paralyzed by this. But the one thing that has remained the same and has come to the forefront is that as a society, and I'm speaking on a global level, we don't just want to travel, we need to travel. So it's not a matter of if or when, but how. And then, of course, the lessons that we're learning along the way. And towards that end, we've got 5 distinguished panelists joining me today. I'd like to introduce them. The Honorable Edmund Bartlett, who's the Minister of Tourism of Jamaica. I hope he's with us now. Elena Contura, my friend, now a member of the European Parliament. Of course, I've known her in her previous incarnation at the government level as the Minister of Tourism of Greece. Nicholas Meyer, who's the leader of PwC's lodging and tourism clients and manages tourism strategy. Dr. Peter Tarlow, another old friend of mine, A&M professor in Texas, and also the president of Safer Travel. And last, but certainly not least, my good pal, Alain Senange, who is the president of the African Tourist Board. Nicholas, if I can, I'd like to start with you, because we've seen the statistics out there that tell us that while the rest of the economy might be in a recession, the tourism economy could be in a depression. We're talking about 51% unemployment at this point. We're talking about 38% job loss just in the last month. And of course, the lessons that we have to learn from all of this, and let's go back if we can, Nicholas, what did we learn after 9/11 about the resiliency and preparedness in the travel industry? What did we learn after the 2008-2009 recession? What did we learn even after the 2010 volcanic eruption in Iceland? And of course, what are we learning right now to help us prepare in terms of how we shape our investments to prepare for the next potential catastrophe? Nicholas, what are your statistics telling you?
Statistics tell me that we learn and forget in 10-year cycles. So to be fair, this one is slightly different than the previous crises. I'm not saying that the previous ones did not affect certain people very, very brutally, but as I had said a little bit earlier today in the conference, this one is different because it is both a crisis and a depression in demand and in the supply chain, and at the same time because it is on one hand global, so everywhere rather than regional or continental, but at the same time phased. So this is about as messy as it can get if you're in the business of trying to advise your client as to how this one may play out, right? So what have we learned, or what are we learning right now? Well, there's a number of things. I think first of all, on the positive element, we are learning now quite closely, there is no intention of people not to travel anymore, right? So they can't right now, they won't as they used to, but the desire of continuing to travel is there. And you see this not just sentimentally, but you see it wherever it's possible, also quite statistically. Secondly, we see that there is a need for at least an intermittent or intermediary tourism financing at a government, at a para-government, and at an industry level to basically get people out of the starting blocks again. And lastly, what we are learning is that perhaps as an industry, we have not sufficiently honed our skills in cash flow management and have too often used cash flow as an element in negotiation to basically get a better deal. And that's coming back to bite us now, although quite frankly, I think even very, very good cash flow planners would be in trouble now and are in trouble now, given the magnitude of this crisis. But that's what we have about learned.
You know, Nicholas, just to respond to that, you know, when we talk about it from a consumer angle, we see the big players, the IHGs, the Marriotts, the Hiltons, et cetera, you know, struggling with their employment levels, closing their hotels. That's short-term thinking. But what the public doesn't see, but I think you do, is that the real crisis here, and you mentioned cash flow, are the owners of those buildings, unable to meet their debt service and not having properly prepared for that in the long term. How many hotels do you see coming back? I'm not talking about brands, I'm talking about individual institutions.
Probably more than we currently think right now. So if you mean by coming back, how many will survive and come back, correct, right?
Correct.
In a very perverse way, the fact that this is global and affects everyone, and to some extent also affects a lot of people that usually would want to grow by buying hotels, probably makes that this is perhaps slightly less dramatic than it sounds. So this is, and it's a term that has become almost household, this is an exercise of pretend and extend these days. So the collectivity of the lending sector together with the collectivity of the real estate holders agreeing that let's try to get through this, let's extend a little bit or a lot, and then try to stabilize again on the new terms. No bank wants to suddenly become a hotelier by default.
We went through that in the United States about 20 years ago with all the savings and loan defaults, with the bankers ending up owning hotels they couldn't manage. Let's go beyond that, because when we had our situation with the pandemic here in the United States, you know, the federal government, there's a lot of movement within the legislation to basically throw a lot of money at it to try to keep it going. There was, you know, payroll protection plans, but nobody really had a rainy day fund in place for anything close to this. Do you see something like this happening now that we're experiencing it, where governments and maybe a private public partnership create that kind of emergency funding mechanism?
Well, we'll probably see it through a variety of mechanisms. I mean, quite honestly, I'm not sure how big such a fund would have to be to accommodate such a global, you know, pandemic as this one. But when we look at where elements of what you're talking about start to appear, I mean, there are insurance products. They are in, you know, basically solidarity funds in some of the countries where that has a tradition. They are perhaps in more structured impulse funds where governments say, okay, we need to support our tourism players, but perhaps at the same time also tie some of our funding that we're going to give them in short term to certain conditions in the future that they set themselves up properly, right? So a lot of governments say, I'll help you and I'll gladly help you, but I expect that you have a certain behavior that enables you or increases your chances to actually get out of this more solidly than you have been. So I doubt that we're going to see a global super fund that is going to take care of the next 3 pandemics. Let's hope they're not here, they don't come. But mechanisms of what you're addressing, you see all over the place right now.
One last question, Nicholas, before we turn it over to some of our other panelists, and that is, you mentioned an insurance product. One of the things we've learned quite acutely in this pandemic is that whatever insurance was out there wasn't what was needed. Policies had clauses in there that excluded coverage for pandemic, for example. Do you see an opportunity here for some creative writing going forward so that new insurance premiums and new insurance policies can be written that are actually effective, even with higher premiums, that can help the industry?
Well, I think they will be necessarily, certainly in the ramp up, and they will stay because people will actually start to appreciating them, right? I mean, and this includes us as tourists as well. We cannot say, if I travel again, I expect the tour operator or the airline or the hotelier or the destination to assume the full risk of wave 2 or of a shutdown or whatever. So first of all, this will mean that we're going to need a reweighing of the risks. And I think these famous, buy now, pay later, all risk is on me, the hotelier, come on over whenever you can. While they're great to entice people to kick off the travel again, they're not sustainable. Right? So there's going to be a rebalancing. Insurances are going to take away the peaks, perhaps, of the risk element. And other than that, I think we simply need to collectively, as an industry supply chain, if you will, basically share the risk assumption. So we're going to see new products. We're going to probably see they've existed all along. I mean, travel cancellation insurance. At least I grew up in Switzerland. We've had them for 50 years. You just don't take them because it has become so unlikely. So existing and new solutions will take care of them, but there is no such thing as a risk-free ride.
I gotcha. I'm going to come back and talk about that a little bit later. Sure. If Minister Bartlett is with us, Edmund, are you there? Is Minister Bartlett there? Then I'll move on.
He's muted. He's there, but muted. You have to get him to unmute.
Okay, Edmund, if you can unmute yourself, which I know for you is easy to do.
Hello. I was hoping somebody would, but there we go.
Well, welcome, Edmund, and thank you for joining us. When you and I spoke not too long ago, you were facing a situation you've never faced before, where you literally went from 100 miles an hour down to 0, not just in Jamaica, but in the entire region of the Caribbean and in tourist-based economies, where travel and tourism drives the economy. It puts food on the table of everyone. You and I have talked before about tourism and being resilient. You have that center of resiliency, which we'll talk about. But tourism has proven itself in the past to be quite resilient and bouncing back. Right now, we're not bouncing back. We're sort of inching back. And in the United States, for example, the Treasury can print new money, I suppose, and throw $6 trillion into it. Something tells you that the central banks of the Caribbean don't have that ability. So how do you prepare with an investment strategy for something like this to happen, maybe in another form down the road?
Well, that is the million-dollar question as we try to grapple. First of all, we have a regional bank, the Caribbean Development Bank. We also rely, as you know, heavily on multilateral support from the World Bank, IMF, and so on. So the IMF has been looking at how it could provide some kind of soft line to some of our destinations. Indeed, Jamaica is the first recipient of that soft line of $500 million US as a standby support arrangement for your balance of payments and so on. The local regional central bank is gearing up, but the hard cold facts are the resource is not there, and the demand in all the islands, especially the fact that we have a huge tourism dependence here, as you know. The GDP dependence within the region exceeds 50% on average per island, and in some of the islands is up to 95%. So to ask for foreign exchange support from regional banks is going to be not just Herculean, but almost impossible. How do we build back? We're going to have to look a lot more at how do we create the 80% of tourism, which is the small and medium enterprises. That's where we have to look first. How do you build back that element? And it's perhaps a little easier because the call for what you call hard cash is less and more of soft capital development, if you will, that will be required. So we see the small islands coming back through the small and medium enterprises, the SMTE, as we call them in tourism, but the SME, as the rest of the community calls them. And a program is being developed in our areas right now. The World Bank has a program called Ready, which offers that kind of support to a number of the smaller areas. But Peter, one of the real concerns that we have is the ability for us to have rescue operations. And the pandemic is prevailing. We are managing it reasonably well. But the big problem is, how do we create a response when incidents happen in our region? And I think that the tourist community is looking to us for that, because part of building the confidence is, if something happens to you, what? And so a lot of the investment that we're looking for now is to help us to create some capacity to respond. How do we have better health facilities? How do we get investment now in hospitals, in better clinics? How do we provide even the biosocial and biosecurity equipment that are needed, what we're calling the COVID security equipment that are required. So we are trying to open, and we're trying to open next week, but we are acutely aware that a key element of that is a missing link of the response mechanisms in our area. You've managed fine, you're managing the risk beautifully, but when the visitor starts coming in, you're going to need a strong response mechanism, because your potential for risk increases and the possibility that you will have infection spread is there.
Well, Edmund, let me ask you this. In the last panel, one of the panelists mentioned, a lack of global leadership in terms of response. We see that continuing now. There's no one, universally accepted or vetted protocol here. Every country is acting on its own best interests, making different rules that change by the hour. In our own country, in the United States, the Centers for Disease Control put out a protocol to follow, and 28 of those 50 states have ignored them. At the same time, you're dealing with consumers who have gone from fear of missing out to fear of going out. And so everybody's looking for a guarantee. Businesses want a guarantee before they travel their employees. Employees want guarantees before they travel, either for business or for leisure. And you in Jamaica and your fellow countries want a guarantee before you let us in. So in terms of responding to something, and then of course anticipating it, what protocols can be put in place either through the UNWTO or the UN itself, so that we get that sort of global leadership, so people know, just like you carry a passport, what you're allowed to do and when you're allowed to do it?
We've been thinking about that, and in the discussions that we've had before with you, Peter, we've talked a lot about a resilience index. Now we may not have to look at a COVID resilience index, where based on a number of touch points, universally accepted, we could determine the level of preparedness of countries, the capacity of countries to respond, and therefore grade them and put them in some kind of arrangement, perhaps from 1 to 10 as the case might be. So we could give the world a sense of what type of security you can expect going into destination Y, destination X, as the case might be. And that same barometer that we'll be talking about would also provide the key response points. We would define the areas. For example, social distancing, let's say, as a key area. We would define that. We would also develop a whole lot of protocols around that. The issue of full sanitization and the technology that is required in a lot of cases to facilitate that. Then we look at screening, for example, if that's a requirement, and the extent to which countries have the capacity to screen and to test. What type of testing? What is the defined acceptable testing method? Is it the PCR, or is it these rapid tests that we're seeing coming around? It's these sort of touch points that I believe we're able to establish and agree on. And the UNWTO, WTTC, and World Health Organization and CDC would become very critical global instruments in putting that together and agreeing on this kind of a formula that will enable small countries like ours and countries in general to have some benchmarks and to be able to gauge their own preparedness to accept visitors.
You know, talking about guarantees and fear, I'm reminded of something that I experienced it myself about 5 years ago when I flew to Panama. And as I came off the airplane, I was walking towards Customs and Immigration, and there was a gentleman there who handed me a form. I just thought it was another customs form to fill out. It wasn't. It was a note to me and to every other passenger coming off that plane that while we were in Panama, as a gift from the Panamanian government to everybody, didn't matter whether you were in first class or coach, your medical expenses would be covered if you got sick in Panama, and they'd fly you home. It was all being financed by the government. I was amazed by that. I was impressed by that. And when I left, I talked to the Minister of Tourism there, and I said, tell me something. What's the percentage of use of this document? He said it was less than 2%, but the message that it sent was almost an incentive for people to come to Panama. And as you're opening now, you're almost a test case now in the Caribbean to see how you can incentivize investment to not only show up there, but to do so safely. And I'll be interested to see what happens. And that brings me up to my next contestant here on The Price is Right, and that's Elena, who, in fact, isn't it ironic, Elena, that the last time you and I spoke, we were talking about over-tourism. We were talking about how you change the seasons around in Greece to try to offset that, and environment and sustainability. You're now opening in Greece. And what are you putting in place right now? I know you're doing it in stages, but at the same time, where are you investing? Where is Greece investing so that we don't have a deja vu moment going down the road? You have to unmute yourself, Elena. Unmute yourself. There you go.
I did. Thank you so much, first of all, for your invitation. And this meeting, I think, is very important in setting the pace on how we move forward all together. Because a crisis of such magnitude, no country and no economy. So my point is that as long as we don't have an effective cure, effective therapy, or a vaccination, the virus is here, and we have to prevent how we're gonna travel, how our daily life is, because everything changed. Nothing is the same. The way we travel, the way we go for vacation, even our routine, our day routine change, how we go to work. So for me, top priority is testing. I totally am convinced that is the only way. Testing before we travel to our destination. And I tell you why. In Greece, we really manage the health crisis very well. Actually, right now, it's very safe to the everyday work, let's say, and the everyday routine in Greece. But all the flights that they're coming from outside, till the end of June, we test them, and we saw that there are a lot of positives, cases that they're coming to Greece. So we put them in a quarantine. But in order to open up, so not to be a conflict with the economy, because the economy has to restart again, and tourism, as you know, is accelerator of and very productive and growth for our economy, not only in Greece, but all the south of Europe, Mediterranean, and north, I would say. I mean, don't forget about France. I mean, they have, or England, they have top 70 million tourists each year. So it's very important to make sure that we will protect not only the people that they will travel to the destination, but also the destination. Why? Because we don't forget the asymptomatic, the people that they have the virus, but they don't have the disease. So this is very, very dangerous. So I'm totally convinced, and I think that we have to make sure that till an effective cure will be found, we need to do the test. Now, the rapid tests are okay. I think they're very accurate. I think it's very fast. You do it and you know what is going on right away. So it's important to know before you travel, because if you're sick, it's definite that you're not going to travel. But if you're not and you're asymptomatic, it's a huge issue. So for Greece, this is what I proposed. But unfortunately, for the moment, we don't know what is going to happen from the 1st of July that Greece opens the boards and open for tourists. Tourists will start only with sampling tests. And this is my biggest fear, because the disease, the virus, the epidemic can be spread in a lot of different destinations. And the same is for every country. My dear friend from Jamaica, that he's also very strong in tourism, has the same fear. Spain, Italy, all the countries that they will open up. Also, epidemiologists, they say that we have to see what is going on in its country and how the boards they will open. For example, there's countries in Europe that they were very strong affected and they closed down the boards, but people, they want to travel from these countries and go to other countries that they open up. So what is going to happen there? So for me, must be testing. The second thing is the business to stay alive, to avoid bankruptcies and to avoid laid off. It's very important, because the next day of this crisis, they have to find the business strong and competitive. Otherwise, there are going to be a lot of huge problems, as you know, like, for example, countries that they will have a little bit stronger economy, so they will buy all the companies that they will almost going to close down. And also, don't forget about the unfair competition, which means that countries that they will survive, let's say, in their economies, they will be down. They will need the tourism, so there will be a lot of, I will use the word blackmail to put down the prices, as we see a lot of times when there is a recession. And that's a very big risk and dangerous. And the last thing is to be able to save jobs, because as you said, the travel and tourism sector has provided the most, how can I say, the biggest, is an accelerator of economy and provides the biggest number of jobs. So it's very dangerous, all these people, to lose their job, because then they are not going to have money to spend. The business will not make this is viral, goes like a chain. So it's very, very dangerous. In order to close my my statement, I have to say testing, very important, testing, to give to the possibility to the business to stay alive, even with subsidies, not more debts, not more loans, and to make sure that we will save the jobs.
Well, one question that comes out of this for all of our panelists, but I'll ask you first, Elena, is that if you look at the traditional playbook of the travel and tourism industry when they're dealing with a problem, when they're dealing with a crisis, is to try to discount their way back. You mentioned that just now about how many people are going to just try to sell the product for below cost just to get people to come. Is that really going to work when we're dealing in an environment of such fear on a global level?
We have to be very careful. It's a big risk, because if this business, they don't have an immediate funding, they don't have access to affordable loans, and also further facilitations regarding taxation, they have so many financial obligations. So we're going to have a huge problem. And imagine that if this business, they go bankruptcy, they will lay off the workers. So it's a huge vicious cycle. So we need definitely to protect the business, and also see what's going on with privatization, like private and public sector. You see even big, huge companies like Lufthansa had to change all her policy, and I think now they discuss about 25% to be in the public sector. It's a lot of things are changing, and I'm very, very, how can I say, I worry a lot how things will develop the next day for the economy, because as you see, this battle between the health, the protecting of the health and the restarting of the economy, it's a battle, and there is no winner. So we have to decide to save both. And in order to save both, I think testing is important. Funding for the business is important to save them, and the jobs.
Well, one of the things you just brought up, that battle between saving health and saving the economy, couldn't be any more as a good example than the cruise industry. Right now, you know, you have a huge cruise industry that comes into Greece, and Alain in the Seychelles, you've already made a decision for the moment to ban cruise ships of coming in. Canada has banned cruise ships from coming in until October 31st. We may not see a cruise leave anywhere around the world in substance until maybe, or in big numbers, until early next year, as we think or rethink investments to protect ourselves against another potential catastrophe. What policies are happening in both Greece and in the Seychelles in the long term about the economic impact of cruise ships? Then I'll go to Alain. Elena, just quickly, and then we'll go to Alain.
Listen, we have to take a lot of measures. Greece is trying to protect, let's say, the life of the people, but at the same time wants to protect the economy. So there are a lot of directives that they're going out, and I have to mention that Greece also follow the Commission directives, which is very important. And I want to close with this. Even in Europe, we don't have common rules. All the instructions are different, and they're very general for different countries. So as you said, a lot of countries, they decide different measures. Greece is trying to combine as much as they can the protection of the life, and also not to go our economy in a recession. But I have to say that my proposal of a crisis mechanism, of European crisis mechanism, was adopted from the Commission, because it's very important, because it's not over tourism as we spoke. You remember last year, the bankruptcy of big tour operator,
Thomas Cook.
Thomas Cook. Then there are things like extreme weather problems that we face, and at the same time security problems, you know, the refugee crisis, the terrorist crisis. There are so many things that they need to be approached in one way. So it's very important for me, a European crisis management mechanism, and I'm so happy that this continues. And I want to say also that right now, in 2 weeks, we're going to have the revolution for, I'm sorry, the resolution.
Oh, nice.
For tourism, which is actually a revolution. It's true, because it's the first time that the Commission takes very serious travel and tourism. And also in September, the Commissioner Breton announced the first tourism summit. So out of the crisis, one good thing arise is that they take much more serious now the travel and tourism industry, which is not only the accelerator of economy. I think it's the sector that also gives to other sectors a lot of growth. So it's very important, and sometimes, you know, out of the crisis comes something good.
And that's why we're here today. Alain, I want to talk to you first about the Seychelles and then Africa in general. But my question to Elena continues about your decision to ban cruise ships at this point. You're not alone in that, but they are a huge part of the economy. How do you prepare going forward to reintroduce them if you're going to do that at all?
Well, as you know, I'm not a member of the government right now. We are in the opposition, actually.
Elena, hold on a second. I'm going to Alain.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I understand. I'll get back to Alain.
But we all like listening to Elena. But one thing, Peter, one thing that would be good after that is to ask Elena, the planes that landed in Greece that were positive people on board, which country did they originate from? It's an important question because we are all looking where people are moving and where those that are still infected are coming from. And I'm sure our good friend, Dr. Peter Tarlow, will be able to put that in his script after that. But cruise ships in Seychelles has been banned until 2022 for two reasons. One is COVID, because now including cargo ships, they need to be at least 14 days at sea before entering Seychelles. So the incubation period is done. Even steamers that come in with containers must have been leaving a port, let Seychelles know, be on the sea for 14 days, and then radio in how the crew are feeling, so that we know the incubation period has been completed. And then the health authorities will board the ship on arrival. We are lucky, we are in the middle of an ocean. But cruise ships proper, we know we've invested a fortune to bring cruise ships into the Seychelles initially. The region, the Vanilla Islands region, which Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar, Réunion, Comoros, and Mayotte. Together, we've invested to have this route of cruise ships that do the Indian Ocean. So we will need to work back. But the Seychelles government a bit has piggybacked on COVID to do work on the port. They're actually redoing the whole slab of the port in one go over the course of next year and the year after, which is why primarily they can't accept a big cruise ship on the port because there'll be no area for the containers and the passengers together. I think they've used the occasion of COVID, at the same time keeping Seychelles safe with so many passengers, because we were having a cruise ship a week, so it was a lot of passengers coming in, and so they've used that as a means. But Seychelles is opening itself, but I'll wait for your next question and talk about that.
Yes, and as you start opening, and this also expands to Africa in general, you know, all of us for years wanted to make sure that we could follow the money. We talk about investing here, that if you're going to go on a safari in Africa, that the money went back to the local community to sustain them economically. Right now, of course, there is no money locally going to the local community because there's no tourism. Where do you see that coming down? It was one of the questions I asked of Edmund Bartlett earlier about how do you infuse capital at this moment, at this crucial moment, to keep those economies alive, to be able to put food on the table so you can prepare for tourism to come back?
I think, Peter, some countries are better placed than others, obviously, because of the reserves of the country itself. Seychelles, we are, as small as we are, lucky that everyone is still earning a salary, either from the industry or from the government, in that bailout package that has been promised now until December. But after December, if we don't solve the COVID issue out, there will start to be issues. But already, even with this measure, there's already redundancies climbing in very fast. So more and more people are now going on the government payroll instead of the private sector payroll. But when you talk about Africa, this COVID-19 has arrived at the worst possible time. Africa was starting to climb the 5% of global tourism market arrivals and had gone up to 6% odd. That's according to the UNWTO. We needed something to keep us going up as a continent. We have everything, it is quite clear. But where we have failed, and we need to accept as a continent where we failed, we allowed tourism to sit there. We did not put enough measure to protect tourism and to move the other industries with it as we moved along. Today we find that with tourism collapsing, everything has collapsed, including in Seychelles. Now we're running to replant, doing agriculture. We're running to look at coconuts again for export of copra, dried coconuts or oil. We're relooking at everything else, but it's a bit late. It will take us years to move, so we need tourism to kickstart the economy and then move everything forward. But the whole of Africa, Peter. And I listened to my good friend, Minister Bartlett Edmund, to the world needs to, one is appreciate tourism. If COVID has done one thing, it's got the world to understand that tourism is vulnerable and that tourism needs all the attention to make tourism work. How do we open an airport, which we are opening now mid-June? How do you open an airport and be safe? You can never be safe because WHO, World Health Organization, has said already, with or without a vaccine, COVID is there for a long time. If that is the premise, how do you really protect the inhabitants, us an island, Elena, a big country, or Edmund, another island like us, much, much bigger? How do you reopen with all measures? We were meant to have a charter from Israel starting now. The charter is cancelled, with the Seychelles going to pick up in Tel Aviv. Only because of the requirements of the health authorities. You need a test before, and then another test on arrival. As we put more and more programs into place to bring in safety, we also destroy tourism. So it is a line that we will have to sit as professionals or as experts or as participants in the world of tourism to find a solution for.
Well, Alain, you bring up a big question. That is, in the absence of widespread testing or a workable, scalable, distributable vaccine, can you ever rethink investment to prepare yourself for another issue like this effectively?
No, I am worried about it. When earlier somebody spoke about the ash crisis or a terrorist attack somewhere, they were very located to some area. This one is global, and it has dried up everything from planes to tourists, and commerce followed around it. I am a firm believer, and I'm sure Peter was in the conference with me and the African Tourism Board, Hope Project, a few weeks ago, where we talked, or we were informed of a rapid test out of Germany, which said 3 minutes, and the 3 minutes tell you 98 to 99.9% if you have it or if you don't have it. But the test for Seychelles, it could be easy to go down the path to say every port that we are flying from will be done at the airport itself a test, because it's not that difficult. We have 7 airports about that deals with Seychelles. So it is quite easy probably. But for a country like Greece or Jamaica that has planes coming from everywhere, it's a nightmare. So do we now have a COVID passport to say that it has to be done within 5 days of departure that you get a passport? How much will that be? If people are talking about $300 for a real test, is that a budget that the tourist industry can really afford over and above the cost? Are we not draining the income of countries in preparedness to qualify as a traveler? It's more like passing a test to be able to get into another country. As we put all these measures on top of it, you find an airport, even like Seychelles has done, that's increased its arrival fee or the debarkation fee, which I think is criminal, in a time where you want people to come and you don't put obstacle races to get them in. I really believe we will have to sit as a community of nations to really say, where do we go? It is impossible to think from the past and to try and implement it today. The whole barometers have changed, and we will have to adapt ourselves to new measures.
You know, we talk about the other Peter on the panel, so let's introduce him. Peter Tarlow, my friend from Texas, who is the president of Safer Tourism. Peter, you're all about anticipation and then response. Yes. What are you telling your clients right now? What are you telling them in terms of this great unknown, not about the virus itself, but how you reinvest and how you prepare?
Well, thank you, Peter, and it's wonderful to be with all of you. And Alain, I'm praying for you every day to win your presidency. So you're in my prayers. I think everyone has.
So thank you for bringing it up.
Yes, I think we're all rooting for you. The first, even before I get to that particular issue, I want to speak about a few background things and some facts I think they're very important so we don't make mistakes. First one is this is a moving virus. It's not a stable virus. What do I mean by that? That means that we're going to have to change vaccines because we already have seen the virus mutate into 12 different forms. That means if you have a vaccine for one, it's not necessarily going to work for the other. Secondly, testing in the same way is not necessarily going to be successful. In the way, it's not a panacea, and I want to emphasize it. Doesn't mean not to test. It means don't put your eggs all in one basket, because that's not going to work. Thirdly, we need to go back and look at we really have three wars here. We have the war we might call of the experts versus the public, the economic war, and the war for health. Those are three different areas that have to be looked at. And it is very important when we look at the economic war that the last time the world faced this was in 1929 with the Great Depression. And we made many good moves and many mistakes in 1929. We cannot, in 1929, one of the things we learned is that we cannot use the public sector to buy ourselves out of a crisis. We're going to have to come up with more creative methodologies, because government in the end is the redistribution of money. Rarely does government produce money. And therefore that comes from the private industry. So if we lose the private industry, we're going to lose eventually next year or in 2 years, we're going to be talking about the great economic crisis as a result of overspending and not having and trying to figure out some way that we pay back the money that we borrowed. So we're going to have to really think this through in a very careful way. Secondly, and I think it was Elena who brought it up with the issue of poverty, and Alan also brought it up. It's not just a single issue. I'm now losing money. It's now a question of as poverty might grow, will that create other sub-problems, such as issues of law enforcement, issues of rioting, issues of people burning down buildings? And how does that therefore create new issues of negative publicity, or people's fear to travel, not only because of the fact that they might get sick, but now they might be caught in a riot or an unstable political situation. And so one of the things we need to be doing is thinking much more creatively. Now, small countries like Alan, I think, have certain advantages over big countries, like say the United States, because it's much easier to get control of a small situation than it is when you have hundreds of airports, thousands of different regulations, and we're seeing a whole different world. So we're going to have to think universally, globally, but act locally. I'm a member of my own police department, and we've had 27 different sets of regulations in the last year, or since the last few months. Every day I get a new set of protocols. In the end, I've had to say, excuse me, I teach at a medical school. I'm just going to create my own protocols. But what we're saying is that we're going to have to find protocols that are different for Seychelles than they are for Greece or for the United States or Jamaica. Now, Minister Bartlett was right, and then I'll let you, in that I just finished a book yesterday on security and COVID-19 in the Caribbean. And one of the things that is a real problem in that part of the world, but maybe in other parts of the world, is the lack of healthcare. So if we have, for example, in Africa, COVID-19 protocols, but I don't know how many ventilators I have, how quickly I can get people to hospitals, where the hospitals are, where the doctors are who've been trained in those types of diseases, then I can have all the protocols in the world, but I can't enforce them. So I need to begin to start with some really basic things. What do we have? What don't we have? What protocols do we have in working interactively? In other words, how, if I come to a place and I get sick, you mentioned, Peter, the Panama example. I love that example. Unfortunately, Panama had to cancel it because too many people misused it. And finally, the Panamanian government said, enough. So that was, but it isn't anymore. And that's kind of tragic. But I did love it at the time. Those are issues.
Let me just ask you a question and also throw it over to Nick. And that's this. You mentioned, of course, the poverty aspect. The real question in terms of the economic aspects of it are, how do we pay for travel on a consumer level? Most people use credit cards.
Yes.
And right now we're seeing huge, massive defaults on consumer credit card payments to banks, which are, of course, banks are banks. They're going to limit their exposure. They're either going to lower credit lines or freeze those accounts. Then you couple that with massive unemployment. When we sort of come out of this, Nick, do you think there might be a new kind of a financial model of how people are even going to be able to afford to travel, as opposed to just using a credit card? Or are we going back to the old days of the layaway plan, where companies are going to have to self-finance to get people to be to the position where they can actually afford to go from A to B?
It might be in some form even desirable. So first of all, I think that the credit default at the consumer level, it happens, but it is a relatively localized phenomenon or let's put it differently. Certain cultures have a larger propensity to use these credit elements than others. That is largely rooted culturally. But the substance of your question is, will less people be able to pay for travel, whether that's through a credit card or something else? In the short term, and the short term may well be 3 to 5 to 6 years. Yes, absolutely, right? What that really means, and is, this may be an interesting link to sustainability, right? Where we have been wasteful as a global industry is not only in water and in electricity and in building lands. Our biggest resource, if you so will, that we have in the tourism industry is actually the tourist. And we have not used the tourists that we had to come to our destinations as good as we can, right? So we've worked a huge volume game, and we've needed unbelievable masses of flow through of tourists in order to keep this system going. And with a growing tourism propensity, that worked very well. But it's something that even without a COVID may have come to an end through elements such as over-tourism, etc. So to your point, will less people be traveling, at least in the mid-short term? Yes, purely mathematically. What can we do in order to soften the blow from a smaller demand? It is to increase spend penetrations for those tourists that we have. So when we finally get a tourist, or when we get 80% of the tourists that we used to have, or 50 or 20, we may wish to use the time that we have now as a reflection of saying, well, how can I get an extra $5 from him, or an extra $20? Or how do I perhaps create offers and experiences that may have him stay 3 days longer and do, etc. And that's, I'm not saying this hasn't happened before, and I think destinations such as, the Seychelles with Alain, many of them are great examples of how you can do this at the top level. But many of us in destinations that have done a volume game may wish to ask ourselves, how can we more sustainably commercialize the tourists that we have while still providing them an excellent experience?
Exactly. And that's the big question that we're going to have to see going forward. We're just about out of time, but for Elena and Alain and Edmund, obviously we'll be watching carefully as you reopen. You are our laboratory animals, so to speak, as we try to figure out how we get through this, and then how that money is applied in a reinvestment strategy to be sustainable, not just on an economic level, but to maintain some sort of protocol in the health crisis. And Peter and Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us. Much appreciated to everybody. And now I'm going to turn it over to my distinguished colleague, going right back to Rajan.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, and goodbye to all of you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Stay safe. Be well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me? I hope you can. Thank you, Peter. Could you hear me? Excellent. Very good. As usual, grappling with the big problems, uncertainty, the potential of more catastrophe. It's a lot to deal with, but thank you so much for doing so. Right, for those of you watching, I know you've been basically on with us for the nearly 3 hours of quite intense analysis and discussion. So we're going to have a quick pause now so that you can perhaps take a break or whatever. We are going to show a couple of informational video messages, but don't leave us, because very soon we'll have our crucial last session with main takeaways, the main takeaways from all the sessions, and key advice from our expert panel on how we should be moving forward, what kind of initiatives will be effective in this new world of travel, and whether we're talking about a new paradigm for the way we travel in the future and how that impacts future investment. So don't go away for too long. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
As the world faces the devastating consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the tourism sector is among those being affected most severely. Travel is down, fear is up, and the future is uncertain. Tourism is an essential pillar of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The livelihoods of many depend on it, especially women, and particularly in the world's most vulnerable countries, including small island developing states and least developed countries. Moreover, in many parts of the world, the protection of biodiversity relies heavily on the tourist sector, from conservation to the revenue generated by those efforts. Tourism can be a platform for overcoming the pandemic. By bringing people together, tourism can promote solidarity and trust, crucial ingredients in advancing the global cooperation that is so urgently needed at this time. The United Nations World Tourism Organization is strongly committed to this work. I encourage all those involved in the tourism sector to explore how we can recover better, including through climate action and other steps that advance sustainability and build resilience. On our journey towards a better future, we must uphold our pledge to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Hello, I am Gloria Guevara from WTTC, or World Travel Tourism Council. And on behalf of all of our members and my colleagues, I would like to thank you. Thank you to the coronavirus heroes across travel and tourism sector. There are so many of you who are going the extra mile during this pandemic, with heroism and phenomenal dedication in order to help us to stop this virus. Whether it's helping to the sick, opening hotels for health and key workers, or supporting food banks. Many of you have risen to the challenge, showing with your hearts and actions that we are stronger together in travel and tourism community, that we will win this battle. From cabin crew to hotels, OTAs, travel companies, cruises, technology, big or smallest restaurants around the world. I am amazed of the thousands of you who have given time, money, and your whole livelihood to help those who need it the most. Our sector has been hit especially hard, but we will rise again. The world will travel again, and we will have shown how working together we can beat any threat to make our lives better. Please keep well, stay safe, and thank you to all the extraordinary heroes who have stepped up to go the extra mile across our travel and tourism family.
Go.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. It's nice to see you back again. I hope you had a nice little rest. This is our final session, which will include advice, predictions, recommended initiatives, and the prospect of a changing paradigm for international travel. We've got a top panel waiting, who I'll introduce in a second, but I'm first joined by Gerald Lawless, who's been name-checked before, I noticed, WTTC Ambassador, Director of the ITIC, and Advisory Board Member of Dubai Expo 2020. Gerald, hello. You've had long experience in your time with Jumeirah Hotels and your time in the Middle East, and I believe you've written a report for the WTTC on the importance of sustainability in this recovery period. Can you explain what your thoughts are on that, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Rajan, and hello everybody. It's been great to have so many fantastic panelists with us all day today. I really enjoy the input from everybody. And yes, no, I just wrote a paper some time ago, quite a short one, believe it or not. And really what I was talking about this time as we reboot tourism, as tourism comes back, and tourism for sure will come back. And I do not believe that people will not want to travel. I think they'll want to travel even more than before because they've been denied it for a few months. But I do believe that it's really important for the industry that this time we bring the environmentalists along with us. We've got to convince the environmentalists that we are not a bad situation for sustainability. I believe in two types of sustainability: environmental sustainability and social sustainability. And when we look at the value and the good that tourism does worldwide, we heard Minister Bilal talking about how important it is to countries like Kenya, for so many countries throughout Africa, where our industry, and I know I'm telling everybody what they know already, but our industry puts so much good directly into developing communities, into communities that need the cash. Now, we've really got to make sure that the environmentalists understand that we are actually a force for good. We have got to understand within the industry that climate change people are not wrong. And actually, we need to work with them to ensure that our industry can be sustainable for the long term. And that's why I believe we need to continue to work hard to engage with environmentalists to say, okay, let's look at the good things that we're doing, and let's look at the things that are not so good, and let's look at what we can do better. And particularly, I always feel very sad for the airline industry that they get accused of being such a bad force for the environment. But when we look at the total carbon emissions of aviation, it's less than 3%. So we really do have to look to say, what can we do at the same time to make sure that development is ongoing, that we really are doing something in terms of research environmentally for biofuels, for everything that will ultimately fuel aircraft in a more environmentally friendly way. Similarly, and again, it's a bit of a worry, I think the big hotel groups and even small hotels had done very well in getting rid of single-use plastic in the environment and in their rooms and everything that they're doing. But now, unfortunately, with our efforts to contain the virus, we're bringing back this use of single-use plastic. So we really have a challenge there. But this challenge, I think, is something that we need to join together. And what I would love to see, actually, is a very well independent, accepted documentary being made. There you are, Rajan, maybe by the BBC. Maybe we could even have Mr. Attenborough coming on as well to say, well, right, here are the challenges for the industry, but here's also the good that they are doing. And here's why we must continue to drive the tourism industry for the future, for the good of society, and for the good of business, and for the good of the economy. So that's my little tuppence halfpenny worth on the economy. Sorry, on sustainability. Well, I do believe so strongly in that, and I think it's something we should not lose sight of.
Can I come back to you then on that? Because obviously just before COVID, all the talk in tourism was about over-tourism, we've mentioned this before, and the trend towards flight shaming, the whole notion of, hang on, people are taking too many flights. There's no turning back now. And, you know, in a sense, you're right. How can you persuade the environmental lobby that this industry does want to work in tandem with them?
Well, surely. I mean, one particular example I would give you in my original home country of Ireland. We have had over-tourism in certain parts of Dublin. and certain parts of the southwestern Killarney. And then some genius some years ago came up with this idea, wow, we've got 2,100 kilometers of Atlantic coastline on the western seaboard of Ireland. So from the north to the south, all the way down to 2,100 kilometers, they introduced what they called the Wild Atlantic Way. And in that, they signposted all of it. They went to the small villages, which economically were dying actually because of so much urbanization in Ireland, and said, look, we need to have more bed and breakfast. We need to have more Airbnb type facilities. We need to introduce more and more tourists coming to Ireland to discover the benefits of the western seaboard. And what they've done is you can cycle, they've signposted the whole 2,100 kilometers. You can cycle it, you can walk it, you can drive it. You're hopefully a bit like the Camino in Spain. You will come back every year to complete some more of it. You get a passport when you come to the airport in Dublin, and you can have this passport stamped every year. And actually it's taking tourism from the major big centers into areas that will really benefit from tourism, and tourism will benefit so much from being able to go there. So it's just an example, but there are ways to actually divert tourism from the areas that are oversubscribed into areas that are just as attractive, but we really have to concentrate with the tourism development boards to be able to get this business into more remote areas that people would truly enjoy.
I think, I think we're right, and I think the world will be paying attention to the tourism industry as to what they are doing in this regard, because it's a very visible industry for a lot of people. Now, the other thing I know you want to talk about is COVID testing, and there does seem to be a lot of confusion around it. What's your view on this? How can we make this simple?
Well, I don't want to take too much time because I know we have fantastic panelists let in hear what they've got to say, but I do believe that testing and tracking, but testing is so important. In the United Arab Emirates have already completed over 2 million tests in a country of less than 10 million people. Then having done that, and I've been approached by a company actually in Singapore, who are a startup was very interested to develop this forward, and the WTTC is looking at it at the moment, and that it's called TrustScan, where using quick read QR codes, you will be able to have on your phone exactly what your status is in relation to COVID. Have you had it? Are you immune? Have you been tested? Have you not been tested? You can carry this. Either ultimately it could be within the chip in your passport, or you have it on your TrustScan QR reader. And ultimately, this is where we have to go. That all of us, as much as possible, if we want to travel, we have to get tested. I think this can be experimented with the business community. Business travel will come back, believe it or not. And we won't always be on Zoom. We will be traveling to conferences and conventions, I'm positive. But we do need to get this scanning put in. I mean, we have now Germany saying that they're putting out travel warnings, only travel within Europe. Well, why not travel to a place like the United Arab Emirates? But if you had this kind of QR process on your phones, you could actually encourage it a lot more. Anyway, Rajan, I think that's enough for me, and I think you have a big panel to talk to. But thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to all our delegates for attending today.
Thank you, Gerald. Stick around because we are going to have some conversation between all of the panel. Just to let you know, we will be hearing soon from Christopher Rodriguez, WTTC Ambassador and former boss of Visit Britain, Ambassador Do Young Shim from South Korea, Haitam Mata, Middle East tourism expert and CEO Beyond Tourism, and Todor Ley, marketing advisor, Ministry of Tourism, Bulgaria. Sadly, the minister from Bulgaria, Nikolina, was supposed to be here, but unfortunately she's been taken unwell, and I think she's fine, she's recovering. But before we get to any of those people, and Taleb as well, of course, will be in that fray, let's hear a couple of let's get some insights and shed some light on how the future looks with two presentations. The first one is from Margot Constantine, who's a partner at McKinsey Company. Hello, Margot. I think you have to.
Hello. Yeah.
How many times have you heard this thing where we have to say unpress the mute button? Anyway, it's all yours. The floor is yours, Margot.
Hi, I'm very excited to be with all of you today. I think and I'm just going to briefly project this, so bear with me for a minute. I think what I just wanted to use with the 10 minutes or so is a bit of a broad recap on what are some of the trends and facts we're seeing across different elements of the value chain of the industry. I think a lot of this you'll obviously have seen, you'll be familiar with, maybe some of the aspects of the value chain that you're less close to. I hope I'll leave you with some interesting reflections. So 3 brief chapters, and I'll walk through this quite quickly. First is how do we expect the impact to look like in 2020 and the recovery in the coming years? What are some early learnings that we see from how China is recovering, which type of segments, which types of trips? And finally, what can we do in terms of recovery response, whether it's hotels or governments? So in the first one, as McKinsey and Company, we've developed 2 different scenarios for the global air travel demand, which includes both domestic flights and international flights, but it doesn't include sort of car trips, rail trips. One is where the virus gets contained basically now, and tourism gets restarted relatively quickly. We don't have a major supply issue in terms of all of their airlines discontinuing a lot of the routes. And so in that scenario, we expect about a 50% drop in air travel. And by Q1 2021, we would meet sort of where we were in 2019. And by 2023, we would meet the pre-crisis trajectory. In the second scenario, we would expect sort of a double dip in the virus with maybe a second period of lockdown. We would also expect that there's a lot of airline capacity that doesn't come back, which then takes a very long time for the industry to get restarted. We'd have about a 60% and it takes until 2023 for air travel to recover. This is in RPKs, right? So it shows volume. It doesn't really show value. What we've done in value, just to give you a sense and complement a little bit this, is we've looked at the spend for the top 10 largest source markets. So China, US, Germany, etc. Domestic and international business and leisure. And if we look at the economic forecasts for these countries, we expect that tourism spend will take in the first scenario until 2024 to recover, and in the second scenario until 2026. So spend will take a little bit longer. Less so in 2020 because people are very eager to spend right now after confinement, and they still have their wages subsidized by governments in many parts of the world. But from 2021, we expect this to be felt more strongly. So now that we've talked a little bit about 2020 and what things can look like in the long term, of course, what everybody is really interested right now is understanding what does it look like really now in the next 4 weeks, in the next 3 months, and we'll see what happens next year. And so what we've tried to do is we've developed with IATA a travel recovery dashboard. And so what this basically looks at is which countries are researching travel, which countries are researching flights, and then which countries are actually purchasing flights, and how is that evolving on a week-by-week basis. And of course, the idea is, countries that are researching travel a lot are likely to then be researching travel a lot, flights a lot, and if they're searching flights, they're then likely to actually purchase the flight. Just to make this a little bit more concrete, I've tried to pull out an example so that that this resonates a little bit in terms of the trends that we're seeing. So I took the example from searches and bookings of flight tickets from Europe to Africa, just to make this a little bit concrete. And so what you see on the map is week-on-week changes in search and ticketing behavior. And so basically you see a lot of blue sort of around Western Europe. And what that means is week-on-week Western Europe is increasingly searching tickets to Africa. Even if they're not booking it, they're searching a lot. Then what you see in the bar charts on the right is how is the searching and ticketing behavior looking like compared to the previous year. And so actually January, February were very, very strong. We were 200%, 130% above 2019. Things started getting bad in March. Obviously the last few months have been pretty bad. What is interesting though is the summer remains quite low. So July, August, September is about 50% of the previous year's level. If you would look at Europe domestic flights, the number is actually much higher as Europe is announcing reopening. However, when you look at Africa starting October, you start seeing much better outlook, getting closer to 65%. So I think this is to say there is definitely, we were just talking about this desire to travel. People are searching. It's not quite yet to the 2019 levels, but it's important to keep monitoring this, that different destinations can know which countries are having interest for them. And so interestingly, the biggest one right now between Europe and Africa is France to Tunisia and Germany to Egypt. And so I'd let you speculate about why those routes, not others. Now let's switch a little bit to sort of early learnings from China. Of course, we're all looking very closely at China. All of you are, as they reopen a little bit faster than others. So the hotel industry is slowly recovering, given the large, domestic market that they have. So they're lucky to be one of the largest outbound source markets globally, and as they can travel out, they have a lot of pent-up demand. So, interestingly, average daily rates as of sort of 1st of June were about 30% below 2019 level, and RevPAR is about 60% below. And the so that's obviously that's not great, but that's also a relatively steady upward trajectory, which gives confidence to some of the stakeholders in China. Now, what is particularly interesting for us to look at is who is driving that recovery. So of course, domestic trips, much more than international trips. But even if you look at the airline ticket sales, the domestic airline ticket sales are not going back up quite that quickly. So a lot of the trips are actually a car trip, especially within 2-hour drive of some of the big cities such as Shanghai, Beijing, or Guangzhou. And during Labor Day, which is a public holiday that they have in China early May, all the very luxury hotels right outside of the big cities had 90 to 100% occupancy rates. When we look at which parts of the hotels are recovering faster in China, mid-scale and economy recovered much faster. The data that you see here is the month of March, and we chose the month of March because it was interesting to see the very rapid evolution. So mid-scale and luxury went from 24% occupancy rate to 50% in just 1 month. And that's partially because some of these facilities were still used as quarantine facilities, and partially because people are worried about their financing, and so they are switching to sort of more value products. Luxury is struggling the most. The exception to that is what I was just mentioning, these big public holidays where everyone went a bit cuckoo on spend. The average daily rate during the public holidays was 50% higher than in 2019, which is, just very biased to this luxury segment. The people who are traveling are much younger. That's not completely unexpected. Older generations are going to be much more worried about the health situation than younger generations. And the hotel booking lead times are very short. So in March, 90% of trips had a 1 week or less booking lead time, of course, because people want to know what's the latest information in terms of what they're allowed to do. Quarantine, no quarantine, they need to get tested before they travel, and so on and so forth. So the bookings are very short. What that means is that's putting a lot of pressure on everyone in the industry, from small SMEs to governments, to be extremely digitized, because that sort of very short booking lead time only works with a strong digitization booking system. Now, we all have to be aware that sort of what has happened in China was also supported by very extensive measures that were taken across the travel journey. I thought someone else. That are not necessarily accessible to all the countries in the world in terms of the QR codes, the checks, the sort of very technology-intensive process. So if we move on to the recovery response, just briefly, what can we expect in terms of traveler behavior? How do we see some of the big shifts in the tourism industry, and what can destinations do to remain competitive? And I'll skip some of the slides because I know we're sort of running out of time. I think two big things basically on traveler behavior. One is when we ask, this is an example from a European survey that we conducted in terms of intention to travel. The majority of people expect to roughly travel the same as they used to, both domestic and international. but in the very short term, rather biased towards domestic travel and an expectation to do less international travel. Now, when they do travel, there is a strong travel preference towards outdoor locations that are more naturally conducive to physical distancing. The top chart is actually from Skift. It's for the US source market, but we have run also our own surveys on other source markets, and we see very similar trends. So Sun and Beach, by far the biggest winner of all of this. We expect all-inclusive resorts to partially benefit from this because they are a combination of sun and beach, but a very self-contained environment that is easy to control in terms of protocols, etc. And so giving visitors that confidence to travel and that everything has been well contained and taken care of works quite well in that format. National parks, small countryside, and urban centers are the biggest losers in terms of what people state they want to track. Now, what is very funny in all of these surveys is a big difference between what people say they want to do and what they end up actually doing. And so if you look at the bookings in September, hotel bookings in September in the US, the biggest winner of all is actually Las Vegas, where they're booking about 200% up compared to what they were last year. And the cruise bookings for 2021, for 75% of the people who had their cruises canceled in 2020 opted for a rebooking in 2021 rather than a refund. So actually cruises and cities are seeing somewhat healthy booking. Now, despite that sort of desire and preference, of course, you're all well aware that travelers are very anxious to go back to the hotel. And so we try to understand what exactly are they anxious about returning to the hotel. And we ran a bunch of correlations and surveys on this. And what is quite interesting is what really makes them anxious is not the check-in, it's not the restaurant, it's not even the pool or the spa, it's their room. And then within the room, it's particularly staying in the bed. That is the highest driver of anxiety. And what would make travelers much more comfortable to travel is, of course, number one, having the room more clean, but number two, which is very, very important, having visible cues that show that things have been clean. And so this whole theater of cleanliness is very important for hotels, also for airlines and all other part of the value chain. People want to have this sort of constant confidence that things have happened. And so visible cues are almost more important than whatever else happens. Some of the big shifts in the industry, a few things that are going to be table stakes for hotels, flexible for hotels and airlines, flexible policies, very important. People want to know that they can easily change or cancel without penalty, increased transparency into health and safety protocols, sanitization measure, physical distancing measures. And so we've seen a lot of hotel brands, some of the big hotel brands try to go sort of very tech heavy to take this entire hotel journey as contactless as possible. That seems to be quite high on the mind of visitors. In terms of what destinations can do, what we've done is we sort of structured a little bit of what the typical government response looks like across 3 horizons: resisting, restarting, and reimagining. And it's very different types of interventions you would do at these different stages. Some countries have passed the resisting stage. Actually, a lot of them are still trying to figure out what are the adequate level of liquidity relief, how do we redeploy some of the assets in the short term, how do we maybe use this downtime, upgrade some of the facilities and push renovation funds and things like that. In terms of managing the return, lots of countries are pushing on domestic travels, whether through marketing, vouchers, subsidized airlines, protocol guidelines, of course, a very important theme for many countries right now in terms of the reopening, alongside things like travel bubbles to figure out which countries they're reopening with and under which protocol, as well as things like state-backed government insurance. And then everything around accelerating the coordination and digitization of the sector is important because SMEs are more likely than ever before to be left out of this equation in a context where the booking lead times are very short. And then in terms of reimagining a bit the sector, I think we see a lot of governments right now really trying to seize this as a unique opportunity to tackle some of the structural challenges of the sector that they might not have had the political momentum in the past to address. And we believe they're going to have to set up very different types of capabilities going forward, much more public-private partnership type of collaboration, the need for real-time data. So you won't be doing your strategy sort of every 3 years. You have to review a strategy every 3 months in partnership with all of the other stakeholders. And last but not least, we believe it's very important to set up a sort of centralized control tower to oversee that entire effort, which combines both public actors and private actors, as this goes well beyond the sort of typical historical natural realm of the tourism authority.
Very good, Margot. Thank you very much indeed.
A very express one.
I think a lot of those points you make there have been touched on. For example, people looking for spaces, people, the kind of psychology of things. It's very interesting that you said that what people say they're going to do and what they actually do can vary. So that's good news potentially for urban locations and for cruises, which a lot of people have written off. But it's very interesting you say that. And then the other aspect that I think is also very important, and it relates to our next speaker, is talking about visible cues. People need to know and be reassured that their hotel room has just been cleaned. It's not just a question of it has been cleaned, it is they need to know that. So let's stick to the kind of crucial psychological and behavioral aspects of all this with our next speaker, our next guest, Ben Locke from Edelman, because basically we're dealing with the mindset of anxious travelers and crucially what will be needed to gain their trust. And Ben, you have done something called the Trust Barometer. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, indeed. Apologies. Yes. Thanks, Rajan. Yes, let me tell you a little bit about trust. Let me share my screen if I can work out how to. 1 second. Hopefully you can all see that.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so over the next few minutes, I want to talk a bit about trust and the importance of trust. And at Edelman, we have been looking at trust now for 20 years. And what we do, we look at 4 institutions. We look at NGOs, media, government, and business. And over those 20 years, we've spoken to over 2 million people, over 400 companies, 80,000 employees. Why? Because trust is essential to success, not just on a societal level, on a company level. It matches across all different stakeholders. It informs decisions around purchases, loyalty, brand performance, market performance, resilience against risk. In fact, it is the ultimate currency in the way governments and organizations operate today. So let's look at the latest results for 2020. Perhaps I should do a short disclaimer here. It's not a positive picture. In fact, the results are pretty grim. This year, we looked at, we interviewed 34,000 people across 26 different markets, 18 plus, but this year we slightly oversampled on that important generation Z, the 18 to 24-year-olds. And the people we speak to encompass both the informed publics, and by that I mean people who are college educated, in the top 25% income bracket, and who actively consume business and political news. And then the 83% is the mass population. And we look at 2020, whilst trust has gone up 1% from the previous year, it's still in the neutral zone at 54%. And it is worth saying when this was done in October to November 2019. None of us ever heard of Corona at that stage. So remember, if you can, back then, there were relatively rising positive news around rising stock markets, low unemployment. It was a rosier picture, and yet trust was incredibly low. And in fact, developing markets tend to have higher trust than developed markets. Look right down there at the US, UK, Australia, and Germany. In fact, 12 out of the 26 markets are distrusted. And we see significant declines in Saudi, and UAE, Hong Kong, Canada, and US. And what we're seeing more of is a trust inequality. So trust is far greater for those who are more affluent, the more informed public, than for the mass population. 2/3 of the informed public across the markets are trusting, compared to just 6 countries in the mass population space. In fact, the majority of the mass population lives in markets where less than half trust their institutions to do what is right. And if we look across all four institutions, it's even more stark. The mass population distrusts their governments, their media, and they only just trust, at 55%, both business and worryingly NGOs. And in the early days of doing trust, NGOs were the bastion of hope. They were beyond reproach, and they're only now at 55%. So why is this? Well, clearly, there is an underlying issue around concerns about their future. People are uneasy about their future from an economic perspective. More than half of the markets have populations where the majority do not believe they or their families will be better off in 5 years' time. And not a single developed market is on the same, is on the more optimistic side of the chart, with numbers below 1 in 4 in Germany, in France, in Japan, and the UK. And compounding this sense of pessimism is a sense that people are being left behind. People worry about losing the respect and the dignity they once enjoyed. As the speed of cultural and demographic changes ramps up, people are struggling to see their place in the future. And as a result, people are questioning whether the system actually works. Nearly half say the system is failing them, up 3 points from last year. 3 in 4 say they feel a sense of injustice. In fact, the majority, 56%, say capitalism as it exists today. They're not saying a root and branch, let's get rid of capitalism. They're saying as it exists today does more harm than good. People clearly want change. And what I find particularly interesting, maybe because I'm a PR man, is this increasing paranoia about misinformation. 57% of people think the media they use, and this is not media that my neighbors use, this is news that I have consumed for a long time. They're worried that it's contaminated with untrustworthy information. And 76% of people worry about fake news being used as a political weapon. That's up 6% from last year. And it's no great surprise that people have this level of distrust and angst, when frankly, they don't trust their leaders to address the challenges that keep them up at night. 2 in 3 people do not have confidence that our current leaders will successfully address their country's challenges. But look at who they do trust, and this is interesting. Of course, they trust the experts, the scientists, and so on. But increasingly, it's my local community or my fellow country people. They certainly don't trust the politicians who are right down there, and I'm sorry to say, Rajan, down there with media as well. And this has resulted in people taking the future into their own hands. There is a groundswell demand for action and change, and it's not going to happen by waiting for our leaders to do it. Never has this been more striking than what's happening in the world today with the Black Lives Matter movement, obviously. So fast forward to last month, and what we did something different this year because of the Corona crisis. We looked at, we did a spring update, which was peak lockdown during May. And wow, what a different world we live in now. The levels of trust have shot up 6 points globally, and huge rises in Canada, in Germany, in South Korea, UK, China, and Saudi. But let's not get ahead of ourselves quite yet. It's likely to be a bubble, frankly. In the last 8 years, there have been 17 times when there have been double-digit trust gains. But then 13 out of those 17 went back down again a year later. So clearly, when it comes to trust, we are a fickle race. But whilst we may have greater trust in governments during the pandemic, which is clearly, the numbers show that, we worry we are not being kept safe. Only 42% of us think the medical supplies are available, treatments are being made available, and the horrible spectre of fake news is ever more prevalent. People worry fake news is more stark at a time when people are desperate for accurate information. 67% of people worry about the validity of what they read or watch about COVID. And what I find especially interesting, again as a PR guy, is what kind of media people trust right now. And it's good old-fashioned traditional media is right up there at 69%, up 7% actually since January. Whereas social media is right down there at 45%. People really worry that social media is feeding this paranoia about misinformation. So who do people trust now during COVID? Well, of course, it's the experts. It's the doctors, the scientists at 80 and 79% respectively. But there's still that local community sense. More people trust their local governments than they do their country leader, which is a fascinating insight. And this is really a time of reckoning for business. Never has there been such a need for business to do the right thing. This isn't about CSR or ESG or stakeholder capitalism or all those sort of buzzwords that have been discussed at Davos in recent years. It's really about how businesses act right now. That will decide how trusted they are in the future to do the right thing. And look at the numbers. They've got lots of work to do. Only 38% of people think that companies are putting people before profit. 39% of people think they're protecting their employees. And only 38% of people think they're protecting their partners and their suppliers. So to increase trust, business must actively join the fight against COVID, not just in the interest of their own bottom line, but in society's interests. And that's not just donating, but it's collaborating with the competition. That's it's switching production from what they currently make. And most importantly, and it's interesting what Jared was saying earlier on about the role of businesses in the environmental fight. Most importantly, companies need to redefine their purpose. It's about solutions, not selling. And I threw this in here because I thought it would be quite interesting. What's really interesting, when we look at the sectors that people trust most, it's the essentials that we've been so reliant on in these last few months. It's the great people who have been keeping us fed, safe, sane, and able to communicate with each other as we are now. Those are the sectors who are most trusted at the moment. But look, two sectors we haven't looked at before, so we have no comparison, unfortunately, but we include them here because it's so relevant during this crisis. And frankly, they're two sectors that we all miss so much: hospitality and hotels and airlines. They're at 67% and 64% levels of trust, which is pretty healthy, actually. So in conclusion, as I say, it is a moment of reckoning for businesses and for governments, in fact, for all institutions, including the travel and tourism industry and government ministries. This is not a time for platitudes. It's a time for tangible action. This is not just responding to COVID, but it's about how we can all work together to build back better. It's a cliched phrase, but it's relevant. Secondly, it's a time for collaboration, and that's not just collaboration between companies and their competition, but it's also governments and businesses need to collaborate to find sustainable solutions. And corporates need to go back to the basics of what they were established for, that is to serve society. That means living up to their multi-stakeholder promise, not just serving bottom line. And CEOs need to be seen to be taking public leadership, not just leadership within their own company. And lastly, information is going to be critical. As the tourism sector gradually opens up, what people need is credible and constant information to ensure they are not worried about their safety. Vacuums create unease and therefore distrust. And frankly, right now, trust is our most valuable currency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. I just want to follow up with one question, which is that you've obviously been doing these trust barometers for a while. In the past, you must have seen rises and blips and whatever, but do we know how long this will last for? And does it actually have a serious impact on the way we travel?
I think it does, in as much that we are asking questions now that we never asked before about everything, about the way we live our lives. And that's about accountability, but it's also about the products we consume or our experience in the services industry or whatever it may be. And I've heard some of the conversations today around everything from having your rooms cleaned to where you sit in an airline and so on. So I think there's going to be that scrutiny going forward, and people are going to be so much more focused on what people are doing to ensure they're able to sustain that level of trust. And as I say, that's about constant information, that's about transparency, and also two-way conversations. I think I could talk about this forever, but I won't, I promise, is one of the key learnings that come out of all the trust in research we've ever done is brands need to talk with, not at. And if you're just telling people about safety or commitment to tackling their problem, that's not enough. I want you to answer the questions I've got based on my concerns around my community, my family, and me. So I think there's going to be a step change in the way people operate in that way.
Thanks, Ben. Stick around for the conversation. We'll come back to you. I want to turn next to Christopher Rodriguez, a WTTC ambassador, former boss of Visit Britain. Christopher, hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you. What are your views on how the industry will emerge from all this? Just give me a lowdown from your point of view.
I think the point of arrival will be encouraging. I think the product offerings will change. The segments that are people specialize and grow will change. The point of arrival is easy. Getting there is going to be the problem from where we are today. And I think there are briefly a number of points. The first is that whilst we've listened to big employers, the Hiltons, the Marriotts, the IHGs, for example, the airlines, this is predominantly an SME industry. And I can tell you that SMEs don't worry about the big picture, they worry about what's happening to them in their community. And so I think the thing that the industry has to keep reminding government is something that we learned after the financial crisis. The only time I really got through to David Cameron as Prime Minister was when I had one brief soundbite, which is 30% of the new jobs created in Britain after the financial crisis in the following 3 years were created in tourism. And in the bounce back, the reason why governments really do need to get this is that the employment coefficient of tourism is very high, and we've got to get people back into work. So it's not just the fun lovers, it's not just the cocktails on the beach, this is getting the economy going. And for that, you need everyone has been talking about joined up, and Margot's McKinsey's comment feels absolutely true. The challenge for countries is to be joined up between the public sector, the private sector, the government, and everyone else is involved, and not do inadvertent things that cause major problems. And the issue that many of the developed tourism markets have is that the Minister of Tourism, who needs to be central in the re-energizing of what is going on, often is not a cabinet position and pulls very few of the levers that need to be pulled to make the recovery happen. If you're in a small country like Mauritius, 30% of GDP is in tourism, then the minister gets to slam his shoe on the table like Khrushchev and everyone listens. In Britain, the Minister of Tourism isn't even the cabinet position. So getting heard, getting alignment, just doing all the things we've talked about, and you've had some fantastic info from your other panelists, so I won't go over the ground. I agree with them. Making it happen in a joined up way is going to be what differentiates the winners from the losers at national recovery, and indeed at local recovery, because as Ben was saying, you've got to communicate this. People do not know whether it's a bed and breakfast in Bideford in Devon is a safe place to go or not. And that's a community issue and a local issue as much as it's a national issue.
The other thing I want to ask you about is the price, basically. I think you're worried about the fact that prices are just going to go unaffordably high for people who are already in trouble financially because of unemployment or whatever. Is that the case?
Well, I think there are some, let me break it into two parts. One is we have not seen pervasive price discounting yet to get recovery. And you heard earlier from IHG that and premium properties that dumping product doesn't work for them, and I get that. And I think you saw some of the indication on the McKinsey's charts that if you deep discount, you might get things moving, but there are a lot of things that people need before they need price. So I think the real issue is that this is an industry with high fixed costs and low variable costs. So the cost of just existing before any guests come into a hotel or get on a plane is very substantial. Running this industry at 60% capacity is very, very uncomfortable. We heard earlier about cash being king, and it is in this industry. The only thing that SMEs have in their advantage in this particular segment is SME tourism businesses are often lifestyle. Many bed and breakfasts, agri-tourism businesses are lifestyle choices. They're not looking at return on capital, they're looking at keeping going. And they're actually, if you think of the difference between a big hotel, which is cash constrained, with serried ranks of sun loungers, depending on spring break discounting and making money out of F&B, you might not be terribly excited about that as an investment. You think of an ecotourism lodge with take 16 people with plenty of space and premium rates. I think they're going to get through this okay. So you're going to see tectonic plates shifting. But what everyone has said, I would just, for 40 years in this industry, you will not take the love of tourism away from the modern world. So the consumer is going to work really hard to get back into the business. Whether we as suppliers can get ourselves and governments can get ourselves joined up is the question for me.
If you had $1 billion or pounds, Christopher, and you had to invest, and you had to invest in tourism, where would you put that money?
I would take a line from Warren Buffett. This is not really what tourism wants to hear. If I was just thinking as an investor, as opposed to someone who's passionate about the success of tourism, I'd invest in the suppliers to tourism. Example, I was exposed yesterday to someone who's got a proximity device that you wear like a watch on your wrist. Well, it's going to be used by retailers and hoteliers. That business is going to, or businesses like it, are going to go gangbusters. Actually running a hotel, a little bit more careful. But I think back down to if you get the new proposition right, then I'd invest. I think, yeah, eco lodges are a good place to be. Serried Ranks building on Costa del whatever, I think is a product that may take some time to come back, and I wouldn't add to that pile.
I think it's very interesting what you're saying about investing in suppliers, if you like, and that includes the workforce. That includes upskilling people in digital skills and knowing how to operate that. And that has come up a few times. And I think it particularly applies to the next guest I want to bring in, Ambassador Do Young Shim from South Korea, because South Korea obviously is way ahead of the game when it comes to tech and making sure that we get more efficient through using technology and the internet, for example. Can you just tell me, do you see a new paradigm, a new situation, perhaps in South Korea, with how travel will evolve, how the future of travel, really?
Thank you. I've waited about 4 or 5 hours, and before I answer to your question, I want to thank this ITIC for organizing this, Zoom conference. It was very, very useful for me to listen, and then the best part of it is I get to see my friends that I have not seen since January. If it were normal circumstances, we would have seen almost once or every month or once every other month. But anyway, having said this, yes, Korea has managed this COVID-19 situation quite well, but we didn't plan it that way. And one of the, when we didn't have firm control of the border between China and Korea, and Korea was in panic. We didn't know where to go. We didn't know what was coming to us. But at the end of the day, when we looked back, it was a right decision by government not to completely close the border between China and Korea. Then how well could we, what made us do well so far? I think it's Koreans' DNA that whenever we see crisis coming, we go, government, public sector comes to partners, in true partners. And we are willing to sacrifice our personal liberty, personal movement, if it serves for the good of the public. For instance, the reason we were successful because we were able to test, immediately test, and testing was not a big technology for us because we have been very well prepared. We had documents coming from how we dealt with the MERS situation, 2015 and SARS. And then we had this, once the test was done in such quickest time, that if there's someone who has been tested, affected, but didn't follow this, the rule of containment, we were able to trace them. And I think some of the Western media accused Korean governments doing this, that infringing upon privacy of an individual. But for Koreans, it was natural. Private citizens' freedom didn't matter when it was going for public good. And so this, and then to do this, of course, what you have mentioned, technology, our advanced technology, mobile phone, internet, all this helped us getting, so we had a thorough tracing. We just traced anyone who was not following the directive. And then I think the last part is we had a very fine medical system for cure for those who are affected by coronavirus. We were able to take care of them. So having said this, if I may say, in tourism before, when we choose tourism destination, we went for shopping, and we went for nice, and the scenery and all this, we went arts and everything. But now we are seeing healthcare system. It's not just security. Peter Tarlow, he's been very famous keeping a security segment aspect of tourism. But now I'm saying is the medical safety of tourism is very important. I'm going to get into this situation, then where am I going to get proper treatment? You're far away from home, you're just total stranger. So we will look at medical system, and I think that's where Korea won this time, that we do have a medical system, treatment system, that a traveler or Koreans get into this sickness, that we are able to, we have that infra laid down. So with this, I just, enlarge what you have asked me.
Well, Ambassador, I mean, perhaps you can paint me a picture then of the future experience of a tourist to South Korea. I mean, talking, for instance, about health, I mean, will you have, for example, a doctor in every hotel, every large hotel, or people knowing how to get hold of medical assistance as soon as they need it? When it comes to digitalization, is everything going to be contactless in South Korea in the future? Explain to me.
I'm glad you asked me that question. Yes, we have almost perfect system for that matter. Every hotel, even if it's a small inn, family-run inn, yes, we have a system called Call 119, and that ambulance comes with equipped with the medical personality, and they take us to hospital right away. Of course, we do have some language problem because Koreans do not speak English, but even that, we have the system called, we use translating system. So, and then we get that. So the communication problem in getting medical, proper medical hospital is all done. And we tell those travelers, yes, if you have any problem, you call 119. And then you have, at the minute you have this call coming, you have to take to the hospital with complete medical equipment.
I didn't actually notice, but Ben, on the trust barometer, how was South Korea on the latest figures?
Well, you put me on the spot now. I can't remember. Let me check.
But anyway, it sounds to me like those. Sorry.
Please ask.
No, it just strikes me that those are the kind of things that's going to make a population perhaps trust the authorities, if not necessarily politicians, much more, which is very interesting.
No, it has nothing to do with politicians. Trusting, well, I think we're trusting the system. And it's not always politician who brings the system. It's professionals, medicals and nurses and doctors and scientists, and they bring that trust to people, and people are willing to cooperate with them, infringe upon their little bit of, the movement freedom. And I just have to say, I think we've been really lucky in Korea that we were never told to just stay home. There were two things we were asked. So it's wear masks. At the minute this broke up. And for us, we're used to wearing masks because a lot of times we get bad air from China, or the China might not admit it. So we are used to wearing masks. So wearing masks against coronavirus wasn't something that is totally strange. And second issue is that the mask, and then what we were used to with the whole process is that we have complete system where to call, very simple numbers around. It's in hotels, it's at home, and we can call them, and there's always help at the end of the line. It was fast. It was not like recording comes 20 times, you still hold the line. No, that was very lucky in Korea. We could manage so far. And so we were not able to, we couldn't go out, we were told just stay home. We were able to do anything except keeping the social distance of 2 meters. And 2 meters were a mask, and that was all the things that government asked us to do. And we never said no to that. We never had an argument, keeping social distance with a mask.
Thank you very much.
Rajan, to answer your question, during the crisis, South Korea went up 8% in levels of trust during the crisis, which is very impressive.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
We even have an election. We even have a general election, and we didn't have any problem of transmitting coronavirus.
Okay. Thank you very much. Stay there. I want to go to Haitham Matta, who is a Middle Eastern tourism expert and a CEO of Beyond Tourism, currently advising the Saudis on travel. They've got this big Breathe campaign, which we've talked about before, Haitham. I'm interested in what you think about the two presentations that you've heard from Margot and from Ben about trust. How much does it apply to your region, do you think?
To a great extent, of course, and I think what Ambassador Doe has alluded to again is the trust in government, the trust in obviously what was shared as well on from a PR perspective on the trust from CEOs and trust from the community. You see that more and more. And I think the fake news that we've seen on social media has really did trigger that diversion to traditional media, as you see a lot of alteration to news. And now when you receive something on social media, you almost need to go back to Google and check to see if it's actually valid or not. And believe you me, 8 out of 10 times it is not valid. It's something that doesn't exist anywhere on any platform. Someone just really photoshopped it. Look, I think this resonates really with the fact that this pandemic has hit us so abruptly. Has impacted our lives in a very different way. People lost jobs, and the trust that's lost is between mostly employees and their employer, right? So unfortunately, many employers took the decision to either terminate employees in service, send them on unpaid leave, reduce their packages or their pay within the first month. So not knowing how long this is going to be, or the impact of it, or the long term of this, decisions were made within the first month to really impact people's lives. So this sort of bitter taste from employees and to employers, where people have served companies for 10, 15, 20 years, right, and they feel they've contributed to the growth of these organizations with their lives, yet they get shafted, or they get sent home within the first month of the pandemic. That trust is broken. And I think one of the paradigm shifts that we're discussing is when we go back to the new normality, I think people are going to be very selective who they're going to shake hands with and start a new employment, because everyone is going to be worried about their long-term safety and obviously long-term security of their family. signing contracts that quickly wash away within a month's time of a pandemic or a crisis is actually going to have a huge paradigm shift on people's choices and who they want to work with. Now, I'm also mindful of the fact that there is some positivity. There's also a huge number of employers who really made efforts to retain employees, and that we can't discount. I think the challenge we have is the view or the lens that you look at this with. There's a larger number of employers who've taken the decision to lay off employees or cut their packages in half than those who worked hard on retaining employees.
I want to ask you, in terms of the Middle East as well, I mean, it strikes me that all the noise is that the Middle East is actually quite well placed to bounce back, probably sooner than most other places. It already had huge ambitions to become a big travel hub. Saudi's entered the fray, obviously Dubai with its airport. Do you think this is, and I don't mean this in a competitive way, but is this a chance for the Middle East to really impose itself on the travel world?
Look, this is, we've gone through so many crises in the past, and I've been living in the Middle East for the past 20 odd years. And throughout the 20 years, I don't remember a year without a crisis somewhere. But the crises that happened in the past, another country would have benefited from. So let's take, for example, a crisis in Egypt, the UAE benefits from, right? A crisis happens in Jordan, Lebanon benefits from, and vice versa, right? Now, this is a global crisis, which has impacted everyone almost equally. I think the reaction to the pandemic and restore the controls on the spread has been perceived to be probably a little bit more, I want to choose the right word, maybe innovative, let's say that, in some of the Middle Eastern world. Yeah, so Dubai or the UAE in general and Saudi Arabia have been really at the forefront of taking this really seriously, closing borders, making people work from home, lockdowns, physical distancing, protocols, sanitization, all that throughout, the country. That has shown some levels of control. And now, whilst we still see that rise, and I think, Gerald alluded to earlier, the number of tests in the UAE at 2 million so far, yes, we see a rise in the infected people, but we also see recovery at the same time rising, right? That balance, once we see more of that balance, and once we see more recovery than infections, I think there's going to be much more level of trust in people, going cross borders today. I mean, I live in Dubai. Everything is almost back to normal. People are out, enjoying themselves. Hotels and destinations are promoting staycations and daycations, and people are moving, across the Emirates borders to stay in hotels and spend weekends and what have you. Beaches are open, restaurants are open. Now there's a lot of communication that's going out from the government about, physical distancing, sanitization protocols for restaurants, for hotels, for outdoor events and activities, for us as consumers, if you like. And that's instilling, a lot of trust. But also, as you said earlier, Emirates, the fact that Emirates already has gone, probably 2 weeks ago, launched first 9 destinations. Now it's up to 21 destinations and more to come, has started to instill confidence that people can travel safely. The one component that's kind of worrying everybody now is the quarantine on either side. So if I'm going to come to London and be quarantined for 2 weeks for a 3-day trip, and then come home and get quarantined again for 2 weeks, that's going to be quite a challenge on travel and impacting travel. The thing, the way forward really is and I think, I can't remember who said that before on another panel, is these travel bubbles and travel corridors between countries. I don't think that's the way forward. The way forward is that everybody develops these travel corridors and bubbles together, so then the world recovers together. Otherwise, it's the exclusive. You're not included in this, but we are, sort of thing, and that's not going to help the economy bounce back as fast as we need it to.
But just to pick up on that, I mean, if everybody's doing it, it's not a travel bubble or a travel corridor because everyone's opened up. I know the UK government, for example, I think I've heard this, that they are considering air corridors now for the end of June, and that will be the first step for tourists here to be allowed to go somewhere else. Aren't they a good start?
Look, I mean, look, C19 is a game changer. It's been a game changer for businesses, for humanity. It's a game changer for destinations, right? When we say, start everything to open up again, we open up, with the right safety levels. If a certain country can do it, I'm saying, why can't the UK do it? Why can't every other country share best practices, learn from what is done right on these? Because I think until today, to be honest with you, I don't think anyone really knows what C19 is all about. We see messages from the World Health Organization this week that contradicts every other message we've heard before. So there's updates every hour and an hour, and it makes it feel like it's such a long time, right? It's 3-4 months now, 5 months now, and it feels like 5 years. Because of these regular, updates that you keep getting on the virus. One time you get, you need a mask, you don't need a mask. You actually, you're fine if you just wash your hands. You're fine if you touch hard surfaces, but no, you're not fine if you touch them. So all these change in direction and change in sort of advice from the sort of health leadership is making people go a little bit confused on what do we do, right? You've gone to a risk, and I go back to what Margot said in hers, which also was picked up before, is what people are saying and what people are doing are sometimes two different things, right? And we'll see this as we go forward. Now people are worried and they say, oh, I'm not going to do this or that. But believe me, as soon as you open the floodgates, people are just out. And because we're human beings, and that's how we are. We're social. We're programmed that way. We can't be confined for too long. So I think it's really, really critical that we keep in mind how this C19 has affected the game and changed the name of the game, and how this paradigm shift now in everything that we do. Booking pace has changed tremendously to a very, very last minute. We know the Germans and the Britons and the French, they book months in advance. Now they're booking hours in advance. Now there's multiple variables to impact this. One is obviously the change in directions, lockdown open. Abu Dhabi was open, lockdown now, they lock down again. Jeddah's lockdown. So this is making people, do I book? Do I not book? It's uncertainty still.
Fascinating stuff, Aitan. I know we're already over, but I'm really keen to keep this going a little bit longer. I just need a message from someone to say that. And I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Todo, from Bulgaria, but actually you're a very interesting test case in a sense, because obviously tourism is a huge part now of your economy, of the way you see the future of Bulgaria. Give us a quick lowdown as to what's happening at the moment. What's your immediate future?
Well, tourism sector is around 20% of our GDP. So yeah, it's really important. But first of all, allow me on behalf of Minister Angelkova to thank you for your kind invitation and congratulate you on this timely and relevant initiative. Well, our immediate future, it's the domestic tourism so far. Because you see, well, when I say domestic tourism, I mean first Bulgaria, which is usually around 30% of the all tourism yearly. But second, I mean Europe as domestic. For maybe this and the next year, Europe will be our main market, Bulgaria and Europe. So far, we launched already from 1st of June, because from 1st of June, our, let's say, tourism is open. We opened the beaches, we opened hotels, we opened gardens of restaurants. So we launched a campaign, domestic campaign, that stimulates the tourism here. The second thing that we are doing is reviewing our marketing strategies and plans, because as all the panelists said, we are learning now. We are still learning because we actually don't know what's COVID-19. So as a live organism, as the virus is, we are every day changing our safety protocols, our strategies, our creatives for marketing campaigns. So far we are looking for the markets around, the closest markets that can be reached by car, and secondly by plane, and target them from let's say 1st of July. I believe that most of our competitors like Greece or Turkey or Croatia are actually doing the same. We are following each other because we are markets and partners and competitors at the same time. So looking for best practices, looking for development of the crisis, and are changing everything every day.
I mean, you've obviously, the country, I mean, has obviously invested literally so much in tourism. You want it to be part of your biggest employers. I presume you've got lots of people right now who
more
aren't
than
working.
11% of the employment.
There you go. You've got a lot of people right now who aren't working. Can you reassure them that tourism will still be a big plank in your future, that you still want to have them working there? You want people to train in tourism and carry on as you were before?
Of course. That's why the first thing that we did is opening, let's say, green corridor for tourism. Reopening the places for dining, the places for going to beaches, for the attractions. Of course, there are certain rules. When you visit those places, of course, you need to follow certain safety protocols, but was the first thing that that was done by the government in terms of taking care of the business, of course. Another thing is that that was done is the VAT for restaurants and actually for serving food. All the connected to tourism businesses like restaurant and cafes. Now in the parliament there are debates about this VAT, and I believe that soon it will be decreased. So this is a big step, really big step in this direction.
Thank you. We've got a few minutes, just a few minutes left on. Before I go to Taleb, and we'll start winding up and getting our takeaway messages given out to people. But does anybody want to come in on any of the points that they made? Anybody want to even disagree, actually, for that matter? Please do. We're all happy. I mean, Gerald, are you convinced that the future is travel still?
Yes, absolutely. And one issue that sometimes I'm reluctant to talk about, but now that you've asked me to say something, I do believe as well that, I mean, it's great to see governments in different parts of the world that at this time, in this crisis, they have put the funding, the relief funding directly to the employees. And I think that's so important in our industry. I also believe that there's room to look within our industry at what I like to call, and maybe just in capitalism generally, what I would say would be a rainy day fund. We talk about reserves for FF&E, for example, in our management agreements for running hotels. But do we ever really look at having a fund that is beyond the control of the company that is putting money aside to look after particularly employees in an industry like ours when we hit the rocks like we did in 2020. And I just think that's something that's worth thinking about. I'm not saying it's the answer, but I think a rainy day fund, as I like to call it, is something we should think about.
Okay, I am going to thank you, Gerald. I am going to wind up now. It's a shame because we could have had so much more conversation. When we're back to the real world, I want you all in one room, and we're all going to talk together, socially distancing, of course. But just hammer this one out over for about 3 hours.
Just to say, Rajan, remind everybody that we will be having our ITIC conference, hopefully just before the WTM physical exhibition in London in the last weekend in October, so don't forget that.
And before that is that in our event in September. So hopefully I'll see you all there.
Oh, even before that, Tore. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anyone beat that? No. Thank you so much. One thing that occurred to me from all of this. Oh, go on. Sorry. Yes.
No, I just amazing. Are you WTM is actually going to be held in London? Are you expecting in November?
We're going to get Simon Press on in a minute from the WTM. I think that is the aim, yes. And he will talk a bit more about that, Ambassador. So that, yeah, so I think your question will be answered shortly. The one thing that occurred to, sorry, go on.
You think we'll be able to travel without 14 days of quarantine? by November?
That's the question. That is obviously a major question. I'm not allowed to comment on that, but it's a long way away, is all I will say. And I think that quarantining might be something, unless we have a second wave, a problem of the past. We're hoping. The one thing that occurred to me, by the way, is that if you are a small company or any kind of company in travel, you should put on your board either a nurse or a doctor or somebody medical to be a non-exec director or something, because that's immediately going to raise the profile and make it trustworthy, as we keep talking about. Okay, thank you all so much. I'm now going to just basically start the winding up of this conference, which has been absolutely amazing, really, really interesting. I'm going to start with Taleb. Please, Taleb, would you perhaps tell me and tell us what your takeaway points are from this conference and how you hope the future will pan out?
Thank you so much, Rajan. You've done a great job, all of us. I think it's been a great, great day. I know many of you have been sitting there for a long time, but it was worth it. Believe me, it was. I want to take 2 steps backwards a little bit, if you don't mind. Not going to talk just about tourism. I'll talk about the whole issue of Corona. What has it done to our world? Because I think what Edelman and McKinsey did, it's a very, very important job, especially Edelman when you talk about trust. Unfortunately, now governments are each on their own. Every country is on its own. We're starting our bottom-up approach to try to rebuild the international system, because the world cannot live without an international system. But the current state of affairs of the world is not really working anymore. I completely believe that the new world is going to be different. It's going to be better, fairer. Now, look at what's happening in the United States and in Europe. This system that is now called the capitalist system, for all what that may mean, is now in a crisis, truly. I think what happened with George Floyd is not a coincidence. The fact that it coincided with Corona is opening up so many wounds. So basically, the world system is being uncovered. That's what's happening in the world today. I completely believe in this. Now, Korea, on the other hand, who did a great job. And I see the sign behind Madame Do saying, "Good job, Korea." I completely agree with that. Why? Because the Koreans have been serious about their lives before. So what I'm saying is not just an issue of tourism. It's an issue of how you see life altogether. You can't have double standards in this world. That's what this world is all about now. So the old system is falling apart. Now, I don't want to be the pessimist here at all. I'm a very optimist person. I think things will get worse before they get better, for sure. They will get better. They will get much, much better. Now, why am I saying this? Because the issue of trust is a very, very important and crucial issue. Now, how do we connect that with tourism? You know, remember the ashes, Icelandic ashes a few years ago, when the world stopped traveling, airlines stopped traveling in Europe. That did not just limit itself to Europe, it affected the whole world. Today, we have 10 times more than the Icelandic ashes. The world has not woke up yet to the impact of that on its lives. I think this has been an advantage because for the first time, there's an acknowledgement of travel and tourism as an industry in the whole world. Governments and politicians, everybody's talking about travel and tourism now. Travel has become a very important aspect of our lives because we've been hitting it. You only take value of things when you're deprived of them. Now, it's a battle that I have been fighting for a long period of time. The recognition of travel and tourism as an industry has been very, very important. It has not been yet recognized. I think this will put it back on track now. That's number one. But number two, which is even more important, is the fact that when each country works alone now, countries are left on their own to make bilateral agreements. These bilateral agreements will eventually build a system that would create the new world order. I completely believe that's the case. Now, to go back to travel and tourism, we've been talking about how much impact tourism has been doing on this world. Nobody felt it until now. So it's one good thing that came out of this crisis. The second good thing is the domestic tourism that many of you have been talking about. The domestic tourism is much more than just people traveling to try and create some economy. Actually, if you think about it, domestic travel does not bring in hard currency, it does not help in the balance of trade, but it does keep facilities open, it does keep jobs open, it does create an impact. But the more important part of the economic part is the political part. travel inside your country, you love your country more. We have not been traveling inside our countries, not the developing countries at least. The developing world, United States and Europe, 70% of the travel is domestic. In developing countries, it's no more than 10, 15, 20% at best. Now we need to reverse this, not because it's only economically the only option we have, but because out of principle, I completely believe a country that's not enjoyed by its own people cannot and should not be enjoyed by anybody else. Our people should travel in our own countries first. We should get to love, should get to know our countries better. Then we can start receiving from the region. Then after that, we start seeing people from outside of our region. It's a natural progression. The developed world has gone through that, but we have not. When I say we, I mean the developing world. I come from Jordan. Jordan is a very good country, very good an example of that. Although it's quite a developed country in many aspects, it's still a developing country. And now to shift to domestic tourism is a challenge. Don't just say, I'm going to change from this aspect. Getting into domestic tourism means a completely new set of mind, change in set of minds. Yesterday, I was with the African Tourism Board discussing the issue of domestic tourism in Africa. And somebody called Mary, a fine lady, presented a paper on that. She said, look, when you speak to our young people, you don't speak to them in English, you speak to them in their own language. When you want to promote domestic tourism, you have to think a different way, completely. It's not just the language, it's the way you communicate with them. The packages you arrange, what type of tourism it is. It's not all leisure. Leisure is not every part of tourism. The definition of tourism now, as acknowledged by the world, is an economic definition. It's not a typological definition. In other words, if you travel from one place to another, spend the night at least, 24 hours, you spend money that you did not earn in the place where you're visiting. You're a tourist, regardless of who you are, what you're doing. You can go for medical tourism, you can go for educational tourism, go for business tourism, go for sports tourism, you can go for visiting friends and relatives. That's all kinds of tourism is there. It's not just leisure, although we're concentrating so much on leisure nowadays, simply because that's what the Europeans are looking for. I'm sorry, I can't open. Yeah, thank you so much. Good. Now, sorry. Yes, please.
That's okay. I think we're being told to get to conclusion because we've actually overreached. But is Simon there?
Yes, Simon is there.
Excellent. Simon, yes. I wonder if you can tell us then about, to say some farewell words and tell us about WTM in November.
Yeah, certainly. Before closing this incredible summit today, I would like to say a few words. During this difficult global crisis, the travel and tourism and hospitality industry has been hugely impacted, as we've heard today. And we know that we want to get back to business. At WTM London, we're staying focused on the future of the travel industry, and we will be waiting to welcome you between Monday the 2nd November and Wednesday the 4th November at Excel London. So let's get back to the business at WTM London for the love of the industry in a safe, responsible and sustainable manner. I'd also like to paraphrase something that Gloria Guevara, CEO WTTC, said earlier here today. She said, the time to invest in travel and tourism is now. The industry is extremely resilient and will recover. It's just about. So if I may, I'll make her words mine. I'd also like to share with you the dates for the WTM portfolio of shows, because there has been some changes, as you would expect. Let's do that. I hope you can see the screen now.
We can, yeah.
So there have been some changes. WTM Latin America is still looking to go ahead in October in Sao Paulo, 20th to the 22nd. WTM Africa is looking to take place 7th to the 9th of April in 2021. And Arabian Travel Market is now looking to take place 16th to 19th of May in 2021 as well. And of course, we will be looking to welcome you to WTM London and Travel Forward from the 2nd to the 4th of November at Excel London. And if also you allow me to, please do also visit our WTM Global Hub that we started over a month ago now, where we provide the industry with a wealth of information, advice and support. And you can see that at hub.wtm.com. So that just leaves me to say a huge thank you to everybody, particularly to ITIC, and to stay safe, and look forward to seeing you all in person, hopefully, at Excel London, at WTM London.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon.
I echo that. I want to be there in person. I want to physically see people. In fact, I don't think you can see me right now because I think I'm switched off. But let me just leave the file. Thank you so much. And yes, I will see you in November, hopefully. And before we all leave, let me hand you over to Ibrahim Ayub, who has basically organized this whole ITIC conference, just to finish with some final words. Ibrahim. Or maybe he's not even there.
Ibrahim, no, he's there. He's there, Ibrahim. You're muted.
Not the old, it's not the old mute thing again.
Yes, yes.
So that's a new normal. We're trying to get used, to virtual conference.
Yeah.
Yes, Ibrahim, final words.
Okay, thank you so much, Rajan. You have been great today, like all the others moderators and speakers. Peter Greenberg, Jan Golding, all of you have been fantastic. Right, I would like to thank all the panelists for their full engagement, namely the ministers, Balala from Kenya, Minister Bartlett from Jamaica, Minister Shweike from Jordan, MEP Elena Kutura, so pronouncing it well, also the Prince Abdulaziz bin Nasser, Abdulaziz Al Saud from Saudi Arabia, right? All our global industry leaders who of no doubt have shed lights to the future of travel and tourism industry. I would like to also to thank our supporting partners for their unflinching support. Gloria Guevara of WTTC, who has given great insight today. Alain Saint-Onge, president of ATB, and eventually the next president of Seychelles, right? Is running for presidency. The Resilience Council and Rebuilding Travel. Last but not least, my chairman, Dr. Taleb Rifai, the godfather of the global travel tourism industry, the board of directors of ITIC, Gerald Lawless, Philip Cash, Paul Hoskins, as well as my team of ITIC and Daiichi UK and Mauritius, and also Digital Events, who has been behind the scene, and my team to put up this summit successfully, right? Last but not least, to the fruitful partnership with WTM, which have worked out beautifully since last November. And also last week, we had a wonderful ATM virtual where we had a successful session with great speakers. We are also continuing this wonderful, like Simon said, this wonderful session, partnership with WTM, our next conference in London on the 30th and 31st October to continue this conversation for sustainable investment in travel and tourism post-COVID-19. But before that, we will hopefully be in Bulgaria in September for ITSC in Bulgaria for the whole Southeast Europe. Thank you so much. And stay positive and stay tuned. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Ibrahim. Okay, you can't see me, but I'm going to say goodbye. Take care. Thanks very much indeed.
Rajan,
thank you. Thank you, Rajan. Thank you for a great job. You've been very patient.
Thank you.
Very patient with us.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.